Howdy.
Hello, hello, how are you?
Hello, hello.
Sorry, I'm just setting up stream stuff, so give me a moment.
But everything's supposed to be going.
Hey there, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Most curious why.
One more, but I don't know if you can see the channel. Did you guys actually have to get set with the
Hold up.
tag to see this channel?
Sorry, what was that again, Daryl? We were able to get into it, no problem. It just jumped right in.
Yeah, I just got somebody else who's trying to get in and they were like, where's the channel? So I was wondering if it's showing up, was it for everybody or if it's only if you've got the tag?
Yeah, it was in the voice channel list for me.
Yeah, shut up, fine.
I see people are picking characters. Are we doing that already?
Peter M had just done it without realizing it before I'd said anything, so that's on me. I hadn't set it up by that point.
Okay.
I don't. Were any of you from in the original one? I'm trying to remember. I don't think so.
This is my first time.
Yeah, this is also my first time.
So, I mean, feel free to pick characters, discuss them if you like. Obviously, the ranger's been picked, so you know, shock horror. Somebody picked a ranger.
Okay. Cleric fighter.
I took the Dragonborn Claire.
Of course. Alright, regions.
Alright, I've got 2 people in. Alright, I'm just making sure. I've just got Twitch in the bottom corner, and I'm just remembering from when I did it before. You have to have it muted, otherwise you're just going to be listening to me in disco.
I guess I'll grab the warlock. It's gonna good excuse to actually play a warlock. Try it out.
Now you can see people. We can see one people. I didn't want to put everybody else in that. Maybe if I go full time, I'll look at everyone looking at people if people want to do that. So I'm talking in 2 places now because Scry's on Twitch.
Of course.
So I do need to check. Can you hear me, Scry Society? Okay. Woo. Gotta also remember I don't need to push the push to talk in Twitch. That's only for Discord. So. Has everybody picked a character so far? Playlist. Alright, I don't know what we do about your other character.
Oh, yeah,
You should be able to
Sure.
set that in active, Daryl.
Sorry, that was like 3
you
people at once.
Sorry, you should be able to set that in active and then delete as the GM.
That'd might be showing up under campaign characters, and then I can just delete it. There we go. Yep.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
Boom. It's gone.
Yeah. It was really just a randomly generated name anyway. I was like,
That's all right. So we got. It looks like Jeff was able to get in, so that's cool. I mean, everybody's picked somebody. We can get underway. Firstly, thanks for joining me today, guys. It's been a little bit of a kerfuffle back and forth. Had to change the time, so thank you.
No problem.
All good.
yeah, of course.
If you are watching me on Twitch, remember there's going to be a delay between what I say and what you hear me say again. So really, I would have it muted if you don't already.
Yes.
All right. So today I've been a little bit sneaky and a little bit tricky, and I went to Gabor and Tommy, the lead minds behind Elderbrain, and I said, wouldn't it be really cool if I could take one of the dungeons from Scepter of the Lightbringer, which isn't even out yet, and
Cool.
convert that for us to use today? And they were like, yeah, that's a really cool idea. So I did that. So we are doing a dungeon which is called the Museum of Ancient Civilizations.
Neat.
Now I am going to kind of make sure that there's not too much in the way of spoilers. So the story I'm going to give you today on why you're here is the story, but it's going to be missing several key important parts that you'd know if you'd done the whole campaign, because they're not pertinent to actually do the thing, but they will be important later on. And before I forget, I've got to publish something. So if anybody is watching the stream and has seen down below, they will see that Crown of the Oathbreaker and Torrent the Spell Hoarder are set to 50% off for the duration of this stream. So if anybody wants it and doesn't have it, probably a good time to get it. Let us get you guys onto the screen, which I got to remember from last time. I believe that's just huddle characters. So let me give you some background on today's thing. The Museum of Ancient Civilization is a museum dedicated to the study and exhibition of long-lost cultures and empires. It collects and displays artifacts, texts, and relics. The museum houses famous dioramas, detailed and immersive displays that depict the daily life rituals and important events of long-gone cultures. Each diorama incorporates the latest archaeological discoveries, accompanied by descriptive plaques that provide further context and insight. So this bit won't mean a lot. Probably will if you're in the campaign itself, but the museum maintains a close relationship with the Society of Inquisitive Gentlefolk, who I don't know who that is because I haven't read that far through the campaign notes. So today you are here because you are investigating the disappearance of children that has been linked to a insidious cult. And in your travels, in your studies, in your investigations, you have come up with the name Chudos Frago, a human that works as the curator of this museum and may have information. Now you don't know whether has information because he's the good guy or he has information because he's the bad guy. You just know that this guy might have information on the cult. So you are here, ready to rock and roll, and see if you can find this guy and find out what you need to know about this cult and disappearing children. Of course, this is D&D, so you have the choice on how you'd like to approach this, whether or not you'd prefer to walk in during opening hours and be patrons and make your way through and see if you can find anybody, or whether you'd like to try something else. So I leave that up to everyone. But before we get there, we should probably just do a quick round of who everybody is, and that way you'll know why you're together. You can use, you don't have to be real names or anything. You just say your character, but you say who you are if you like as well. Start at the top of the list. So Baron Golok.
Oh, sorry. I'm Aloysius, playing Baron the Luck today. He's Hildorf, and Hildorf Hunter. And, yeah.
Yeah, I know they're pre-gen, so it's not like you've got much invested in them, but just what you do is the more important thing.
Yeah. I'm a deep sea stalker subclass.
Probably not going to be a lot of water in here, but there's still a few things that might be useful. All right, so Astash.
Yep, it's me. Name on the Discord graphic. My character's name Astash Apura, a Dragonborn acolyte, who is a cleric. I'm a cleric of like a water domain, I believe. And yeah, there I am.
All of the subclasses in this are taken from either. I think they're all taken from Torrents of the Spell Hoarder, actually. So, you may not be familiar with them because they're from that. Next up is Naruk. Who's playing the Orc? The half Orc.
Indeed.
I think that might be Jeff. I'm just going to have a look at the campaign character list, and I think he might not have found us yet because I've seen a message sitting there in the background. Yeah, so that's Jeff. I will send a note to Nick to drag him down. Alright, so we'll switch down to Zormos and I will sort out this technical issue.
Good evening, everyone. I am Zormos, being played by Bill, a Galarian GM. So glad to see all of you. I'm a Tiefling, part of the Vaudevillian troops, and it's a little out of my character to be, being a dashing adventurer, but, I think I could handle it. I'm sure I'll have some great stories coming out of it, and be sure to share the stories with everyone that I meet afterwards. I'm sorry that none of you will be part of the story, but nonetheless, glad to have you here.
Nice. And Velkin.
Yes. Velkin Waygloss. Wygloss? I don't know. I am a human variant snake oiler seller with a warlock with a vampire patron. What looks like.
You probably keep that bit to yourself though most of the time.
Yes, warlocks usually don't disclose.
And it looks like somebody had picked up Gilcrana. I wasn't sure. Are you in the chat? Looks like they're not in the chat either as yet. So working through those technical difficulties, hopefully quickly. And I've lost where the spell hoarder channel is. There we go. All right, we're going to actually don't know if these guys can even hear me, and I've only got one left in the chat, so I'd say that they're not in there. Everybody go and grab a drink or anything if you need to. Give me 5 minutes and I will work out this little problem with the last two people getting into chat, and then we will kick in the doors and do what we're going to do.
Right, sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Battery 90%.
Sorry. There we go. That's better. Muted myself the wrong way. Everybody back yet? Anybody back yet?
Yep, I'm back.
I am currently here, yes.
We're waiting on two. They weren't invited into the channel, so I've sent them direct channel invites, and hopefully that will let them in when they see them.
Alrighty.
I'm back.
That didn't work for some reason he doesn't have access to this channel. Okay. Yeah, I think he has to have the spell hoarder tag to get in here.
Mm.
Should just make me a mod, that way I could do it. Apologies, I didn't realise that they would need that, and it looks like Nick has gone for the night, so he can't give them, so I'm trying to get Hell's attention to give them the tag.
Bird, rest in pieces.
In the meantime, does anybody in the group have any ideas on how they'd prefer to approach this while we're waiting?
Well, I think the best time would be during daylight hours. There's more people around to talk to and less risk of a confrontation if there's any issues. I think we could get in. Lots of people would be going in anyway, I would think, so we could come in without suspicion.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment.
Sounds good to me.
All for avoiding conflict where we can.
Well, that's the only problem of daytime. There could be civilian collateral damage, but you never know.
Always a problem. Alright, so you're standing at the front door now. You've decided to go in during the day, and before you, you see a nice big double door, all, you know, studded and carved and looking pretty neat, but old. It's not, this isn't a new building by any stretch of the imagination.
I'll look to my companions and before taking a step towards the doors.
Alright, sorry, just I got him. Nick got back to me, so hopefully the other two will be able to get in here in a second. So before we go that much further, I'll keep the
Okay.
the description going. So the building
Could
is
I?
old. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you go.
I was going to ask a favor, actually. If everybody wouldn't mind on their character sheets, when you click the three dots next to your character's name, there's an option to set a player name, just so that I can kind of connect who's talking. If you were to put in the name that you're using, at least in Discord, that would be helpful.
Sounds
Or, yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay.
forget sometimes that I can see that by going up into the top there, who everyone is, but not everyone can see that. All right, while you're doing that, I'll continue my description. So the museum itself is very museum-like, what you'd expect to see from an old museum. It's all stonework and two statues out the front, nice big statue to the side. I'm gonna say that's of the founder of the museum.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome in.
Thank you. Sorry it took so long.
Sorry about the muck around. I didn't realize you needed the tag to see the channel, so.
All good. Still there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So okay. Sorry, I'm flicking between 90 windows at the moment. So who have I got? Jeff. So we're still waiting on G Monk, who should hopefully have.
He's at least, whether or not he's in the Discord, he's at least knew enough to put his name in properly for his character.
Hmm.
What would a stream be if it didn't stumble and fall in the first 5 minutes?
Okay. I'm going to ask, how do I put my name on my character?
So next to your character's name, you'll see 3 dots. If you click those dots, there'll be an option to set player name.
Should be the 4th option.
Got it.
Okay,
Set
there's
player
our
name.
last guy.
There we go.
There we go, and we got G Monk in now. Hello. Sorry about the confusion.
Oh, no problem. Now I just need to figure out how to get it to play through my headset rather than my speaker, but I am here.
Technical difficulties.
User settings. There we go.
All right. So
Yeah, I had to with that earlier.
Is everyone voice or is there video also?
there's video on Twitch. Otherwise, screw
Are
it.
you showing faces on Twitch?
I'm only showing mine. I didn't want to
Okay.
put everybody
Sounds
out
good.
with that.
Sounds good.
Well, I suggest that perhaps Velkin and I go up first. Maybe who's ever there. I'm rather charming, I know, and generally people like me, so it might be a good opportunity for us to go first.
Sounds good. I will catch the other guys up on it because they weren't in voice chat, so I'll just do a really quick recap. So, number one, this is actually taken from the new Elderbrain book, Scepter of the Lightbringer. It's not from Torrents the Spellhoarder. I got permission to convert this to use for this today. It is called the Museum of Ancient Civilizations, and basically you are here to talk to Tudos Frago and find out about a cult that has been kidnapping children. And that's where we're going to start. So you're standing at the front. The group had decided to go in during the day rather than try and sneak in at night, which I will just a little bit of outside the game information. That was the right choice. You would have found at night that all the windows are barred, and that unless you're like a halfling or a gnome, you won't get through them. Could have tried the front doors, but that would have been hard too. You guys all have control of your tokens. You should do.
Yep. Looks like I can move Velkin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right.
How
So,
do I...
Zormos, you were going to go first and try and be charming.
I thought Velkin and I should probably go forward. Velkin's rather charming too. Not as charming as I am, of course, but Velkin can be charming when he needs to be.
All right. You can have that one, I suppose.
Well,
Real
it is.
quick, when I try to move my token, I move the map. Oh wait, hang on. Yep, I move the map.
Which who was that?
That was Jeff.
Okay, so you're on Naruk.
Yeah.
Why are you moving the map instead? That's interesting.
Are you clicking and holding when you're doing that, Jeff, or are you just click and move?
I click and hold.
Click and hold will show you movement. So if you just click and move it, it should work for you, hopefully. Click and hold puts direction and distances in for you.
How do I click and move, as you say?
All right, I guess it would be click and hold. Just don't leave your mouse there very long when you do it. Just click and go, click and drag. Sorry.
Yeah, that still just moves the map.
Doing it, eh?
All right, for now I'm going to move you up.
All right, thank you.
It's probably just easier for this bit. So it is during the day, so the museum is open. So
Oh, no.
the doors are open, and you can see straight into the entryway. And as you walk in, I'm just going to do a little bit of a dice roll in the background to determine something. Just ignore that if you're looking on.
I'm a researcher, so you had me at museum. Ooh.
Mm.
Just determining the number of patrons in there for the day. So, and finally, we're in area 1 of the museum. Oh, I have no idea how to turn the music down in this. There is actually music for this, but I haven't managed to work out how to turn it down. It's very loud.
I'm not hearing it actually at all. So
Well,
now then.
Now I'm hearing it.
So next to where it says Museum of Ancient Civilization, there's a gear, and then there might be a microphone, depending on what your system looks like, and then that's how you would turn it down.
Often the music's on its own channel, but I don't see that here. That you can then change its volume, but I don't see that.
I've got dice doing some feedback earlier.
I'm just putting a screenshot of what it looks like in mine into our chat here.
I mean, I'm able to turn it down on my end.
Yeah, you can't turn it down on mine though. Anyway, I'm going to turn it off for the moment. We'll have a look at that in a minute.
Right.
As you walk in to this area, you see this individual who says, "Welcome to the Museum of Ancient Civilizations. Admission is 5 coppers for adults, 3 for the little ones. Start your journey to the left," her left, not yours, "and the path will guide you through the rest. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. Every artifact here has a story." And then she holds out a hand, waiting for you all to pay your admission fee.
Well,
I'll certainly step forward with 5 coppers in my hand.
Yep. I too will step forward with 5 coppers in my hand.
I will reach for my coin purse and grab 5 coppers and step over to hand it over.
I hope it's okay that I'm stepping on the map here. It's very lovely. It's a wonderfully designed map that you have on the floor. Quite the artistic work I can see.
Yes, indeed. It's a representation of the Drail city-states where you are residing at this moment. Though I
Oh, of
can
course.
tell from your accents that you're not all from around here. Visitors, are we?
You could say that.
I'm from lots of different places.
Indeed, I am. Yes, I'm a bit of a traveler myself.
She raises an eye at you. By the way, she's a middle-aged halfling. So she raises an eye while looking up at all of you.
I would love to give you 5 gold, but unfortunately, my caretaker didn't give me any money.
Or it's 5 copper, and we'll assume you've got 5 copper. That's pocket
Oh,
change.
okay, we're good.
Naruk was digging through the backpack looking for 5 copper and wasn't having a good time. So I'm glad to hear that.
Yes.
All got 5 copper. Like that's small details that I missed. Come on.
No problem. No problem.
You all spent your money in bars. I had this whole elaborate story for everybody if the people from the last game had come back, because these characters were level 16 in the last thing. And I had this whole story how you'd basically been somehow transported into 2nd edition D&D, all level drained all the way down to 5, and then put back into 5e.
Cool.
I miss level drain. I think it was one of the coolest things that, I'm a bit of a sucker for punishment when it comes to my characters. I actually like my characters dying and stuff.
Good to know.
Yeah, feel free to kill them
Indeed.
if you're ever DMing a game for me. So she's
Well,
pointing.
Yeah, that's the joy of a one shot. I can't get too invested. So have at it.
Yeah, that is. So she's pointing over to the door to your right, to her left, where you start. You can see some statues around there. There's a big dragon and what appears to be an ogre, and I don't even know what the other one's, a knight and
Yes.
something. But this is obviously just the foyer, or the central atrium as it's called. So there's not much to see here apart from, as you said, the very nice map of the Drail city-states that is sitting beneath your feet.
Yes, the dragon statue was quite impressive.
Oops, sorry,
Oh,
that's me.
did
Just went
she
dark.
did she did she introduce herself?
She did. She said that she is Kayla,
Ah, thank you.
and she is the greeter.
Kayla, I heard recently that the museum received a donation, something connected to old rites and cults. Might not be on public display, of course. Could we maybe talk to the curator about the museum?
Well, the curator's a very, very private man. He doesn't just come and see anybody. Could definitely ask, or I could send a runner to ask. But in the meantime, I'd say just start exploring. There's many things on ancient civilizations and cults and stuff in the museum itself, so you may just find what you're looking for.
I'll jump in and say thank you. I look forward to exploring. But yes, a runner to the curator would be wonderful because it's possible we may have some information for him or vice versa. I think he'll want to speak with.
Well, not a problem.
What's the best
Sorry?
direction to start, Kayla?
Just the door over to my left there. That's the best way is to come all the way around and then back into the doors behind me for the final exhibition. We've always found it gives the best feeling, the best experience. While you're doing
Is
that,
it
I will
here?
go and yes, that door over there.
Well, certainly.
While you do that, I'll go and talk to one of my colleagues and see if a runner can be sent to the curator. Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Many thanks.
You as
Looking
well.
forward.
So you got movement working there, Jeff?
Yep, I had to switch to Chrome instead of Firefox.
Yeah, it's weird. Some VTTs are better on Chrome, some better on Firefox. All right. So you walk, and the door is open again because it is the middle of the day, and you walk into exhibit number 1, which is called. There's a plaque above the door as you're walking in, and it's called "The Time Before Time."
But dramatic, as these tend to be.
Fascinating.
Okay, well there.
Just gonna look about and see if there's anything we see as we are traveling through the museum that might be relevant to the information that we're looking for.
Well, you're standing on someone. Attached.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I was too lost in these artifacts. They all look spectacular.
Wait your turn.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right. As you walk in, he says, a young man who introduces himself as Tolvio says, "Welcome to the time before time. Majestic, isn't it? The Triceratops," pointing over to his right, "lived in a world without gods, where survival was the only law. Imagine the story these bones could tell."
World without gods. Interesting.
Oh yes, it was before any of the, any of that stuff with the Davers had happened. You know what I mean? It's common knowledge, which you don't know anything about, but.
Oh,
So yes, in this room you see in one corner a detailed diorama which depicts a small hut with a prehistoric couple kneeling before it, carefully lighting a fire using a bow drill. In the other corner, another one shows a burial ceremony complete with a bonfire and the ceremonial placement of simple stones, weapons, and jewelry around the deceased. In the center of the room, two large display podiums hold the complete skeletons of a young Triceratops and a Plesiosaurus. An array of prehistoric items are displayed beneath the glass displays and in small vitrines throughout the room. Stone tools, carved bone weapons, pieces of pottery, and ancient jewelry, each labeled with brief descriptions.
Tolvio, I'm curious. You say no gods, only hunger, instinct, dominance. Curious, do you say that as a believer or just as a docent?
Well, they were simple creatures with tiny brains. You look at the hands; they couldn't have conceived of worship. So anything that we might think of a god would have been, well, completely unworshipped during those times, wouldn't it? This is before.
Tiny brains. Their
that's
head's as
true.
big
And
as mine. Say tiny brains, their head's as big as mine. How tiny could that
just
be?
because their head is big doesn't necessarily mean that its brain is as big as it.
I make no
I'm going to
comment
take a
on
look
the.
at the.
Sorry, you go. You go.
I'll take a. That's fine. I was just going to. I want to take a closer look at the dioramas. If we're actually looking for cult folk, they typically, if they're into sacrifice or whatever it is that they're trying to do to achieve, perhaps there's artwork here that depicts something that they're some ancient thing they're following. So I'm keeping a close eye on the dioramas as we go around.
All right. I mean, you don't find anything in these ones that's particularly beyond what you'd know from just common knowledge of kind of prehistory times. It does look like just a fire being lit. There's nothing there. I mean, you can give me a perception check if you want to look a bit deeper and see if there's any hidden messages, sigils, that sort of thing.
Baron is quite fascinated by the plesiosaur.
Seems to be a fully intact specimen, so it's there's no missing bones and it's kept well in good condition. You can of course see the wire holding all the bones together and whatnot, but it looks like a pretty good specimen.
It's gonna look
Niruk
closely.
nudges Baron and says, would have been a good beast to battle, don't you think?
Aye, very, very good beast to battle. Almost wish we could find one now.
Hearing you, Tolvio walks over and is like, "Oh, yes, like if you actually look closely here," and he points to a spot on the side on the rib cage of the beast. You can actually see the nicks of the bone spears from where it was killed by tribesmen. We assume to be eaten, but of course, how could we be sure?
Those
I
tribesmen
think it all looks rather
sound like
fake from my point of view.
Vulcan just
I don't think
laughs.
anything this big could actually have walked the land. That's kind of silly, don't you think?
Tolvio's just
Well, I
gonna
don't
look.
know.
Tolvio's just gonna turn and look at you and like, you have heard of dragons, yes?
Well, dragons, yes, but this is no dragon. This is much more fake looking, you know? This doesn't seem realistic.
I would like to point out the fact that it has fins. It doesn't seem like a land animal at all.
Well, yes, it
Oh,
was.
that's true. I was looking at the one here up a little higher where we are as well, where I am. But
Oh.
yeah, the fins, I think that's just a badly designed idea of trying to make it look real, but it's so fake looking.
Oh, Naru pipes up. Oh, there's another. Comes up here and checks this one out. My
And-
heavens, look at those horns.
That one to me looks more like a beast worthy of fighting.
I
I
think
would
it's made of
agree.
plaster myself.
With
Hmm.
your continued denunciations of the uh, of these being real, Tolvio's just stomped off to a corner. He is highly offended. He's quite happy in this his display, and he's quite proud of it. And you're just telling him it's all fake, so he's like huffed off into the corner. He's not going to talk to you anymore for insulting him continuously.
Oh god. Perhaps maybe let's not offend the employees here. Perhaps.
I wasn't trying to offend. I was trying to see if maybe he was going to argue a bit and
Nope.
have some thoughts about maybe he's one of the cultists. You never know. And if I was insulting his cult, that would bother him, yes?
Hmm. There's probably a better way that you could have gone about that, but sure, I suppose.
There's
I think it
no
was a great
evidence
way.
yet.
Thank you. I head up to the northern door.
Which is also open to the next area,
Well, then let's just move on then.
where you see a
Heavens.
young girl looking at a display, and before you walk in, the plaque above this door says "The Age of Darkness."
This must have been before there was light.
They always do
I'll
like the
linger.
dramatic titles.
All right.
I'm going to linger in the other room briefly, and when everyone else leaves, I'm going to turn to the museum employee and just say, "Hey, my friend, no mind. He's not always well. For what it's worth, I think your display is amazing. You've done a fabulous job." And then I'll join them.
Tolvio turns to you and gives you a little bow and says thank you. It's quite all right. I shouldn't be so offended. Like the non-believers, yeah, they read these books about fakes and all this, and they believe it, and you know.
I do understand. Yes, people are very gullible.
Indeed, indeed. Well, you enjoy the rest of your stay at our museum, and you know, hopefully your friend doesn't trip over or something. And then he turns around and walks off again.
I chuckle darkly, and then I'll follow my friends.
All right. So in this room, the room centerpiece is a towering statue at the back there of the Dark Star. By the way, the Davers that I mentioned before, that's what that was in relation to. The Dark Star was an invasion by evil Davers and stuff that tried to destroy the world, basically. Standing on a large stage, surrounding the statue are lifelike wax figures of exhausted, dirty-clothed people, their faces twisted in fear and despair as they bow to the evil solar angel. Around the room, glass displays hold relics, which include some of the first written records of Drael, as well as ancient holy symbols dedicated to the darkness within, and the preserved clothing and chains that belong to the enslaved people under the Celestials' tyranny. A small diorama in one corner depicts the Iron Revenants, an extinct dwarven death cult. Three dwarves wielding heavy crossbows stand before a skull-shaped bone altar. They are covered in face paint and hooded garments adorned with bone jewelry. As you walk in, an old human introduces himself as Jameis and says, "Oh, this was an age when hope was abandoned. Many willingly became priests of the darkness within, believing that service to the Dark Star was the only path to power or survival."
Hmm.
He's now looking at all of you expectantly.
Well,
When he
especially
says that, can I make an insight check? I realize I just met the man, so maybe not. To see if he is just simply quoting a script or if there's any sort of passion in what he just said.
Yep.
Could he be one of a true believer himself?
Yeah, no, definitely you can insight for that.
Okay. And now the trick to figure out is how to do just that. Let's see.
You just click on it. Right on the side.
Just click on insight.
Yeah, on the skills.
It works like other VTTs. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah, if I mean anybody who hasn't used it before, I know there's a couple, just shout out. It's all good. There's no expectations here. He seems like he is reading something that he has been taught to say whenever anybody enters the room. This is a scripted response. As with your insight check, you feel like Tolvio's was as well. Like they've got a prescribed formula that they need to say when anybody enters the room.
Good to know.
Excuse me, my good man. Could you tell me what all these parchments are from, what they say?
Oh, for sure. These very, very early records of Drael, the formation of the city-states and our suppression under the tyranny of the Dark Star. He shudders a bit when he says that word. Most is indecipherable at this point, but if you can look here and here, and he points to like two of the parchments, you can see this one is a work order ordering slaves to go and dig in a new mine for one of the Dark Star's human stooges, those people that sided with them. Nothing worse than a collaborator.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Did
as
the museum always present this section so sympathetically? Because it feels as though you're glorifying the worshippers of the Dark Star.
Nothing could be further from the truth. The worshippers of the Dark Star, he pretend spits because he doesn't actually want to spit on the floor of the museum that he works in. That might get him fired. But it's like, no, they were a vile, vile race of suppressors. No, we do not glorify them. We simply aim to show them in the light in which they were shown at the time. They had subjugated the masses.
Do I detect any falsehood in his demeanor about that concept?
Give me another insight. Give me a Zormos
Mhm.
insight. You don't know one way or the other.
Not a clue.
You got no idea.
Damn. Is it possible to actually look at these scrolls that are in the display cases?
You can't take them out and look at them. They're sealed in there. They're very, very ancient. Like they look like if you pick them up, they'd probably crumble. So
Are any of them opened?
they're all rolled open. The only one you could read was the one that he said was a work order for slaves. The rest are
Okay.
kind of unintelligible. They're faded with the age.
We don't see any symbols or anything that might be related to the cults.
Well, you do see the symbol of the Dark Star,
Yeah.
which you would know because everyone kind of knows that. I don't have a picture of that in this campaign, but I'll try and find one at some point. But it's a well-known symbol, but nothing that would be indicating a new cult. And the cult that you're researching may or may not be linked to the Dark Star, so 50-50 on that.
Hmm.
I'm taking a little closer look at the diorama of the three, was it dwarves that are grouped around the skeleton in the corner?
Yep, in this
Just
corner down here.
yes,
Yes.
kind of curious. Just taking a closer look, see if there's any details, anything that jumped out as odd or unusual.
Well,
I would also like to look at this corner and see if there's anything that catches my eye.
they are terrifying. Like, there's no doubt about that. These Iron Revenants, you see them dressed in their bone jewelry and their hooded garments and face painted, and like you realize the bone jewelry is actually bone jewelry. Like, it's not some plaster representation of it. It is, and Jameis would confirm that the garments they're wearing are all authentic from digs of this death cult. So all of the armor and all of the hoods and all of the bone jewelry is authentic bone jewelry from this cult. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Can I get a history check from anybody who's looking?
Sure. Sure.
Even if you've even heard of history, you know what that is. You've heard of history.
Yeah, can't really figure out much of these parchments, though. No, it just
You
doesn't.
you do not know much about this particular death cult. You have not heard anything about them. This is, in fact, the first time you've learnt about this dwarven death cult.
Okay.
Ugh, ghastly.
Young girl who just happens to be wandering around the room while you guys are doing this is just like looking at everything, and she comes over and says, "Aren't they cool?"
Cool is a word. Cool is a word.
I know, that's why I said it. Ugh.
Yes.
And then she skips off in the other
It's
direction because obviously you're not cool enough.
Zormos,
Accurate. Accurate.
Yes. Yes.
do you think these are also fake as we stare at the Dark Star thing and the people on the wall there?
Oh yes, they're made of wax. We were told that yeah, they're obviously made of
Oh.
wax. I'd be afraid to get a candle too close to these things. They're so frail
Oh.
looking.
Okay.
Jameis
I'll
comes
just
over.
roll my eyes. I don't believe that's true.
Do you
Jameis,
believe everything you see is fake?
Jameis comes over and says, "Well, yes, indeed, these are wax figures. We couldn't find actual people to enslave in chains. That would be immoral. But
Oh yes.
the statue there is an actual statue of the Dark Star, commissioned by them while they were in charge. So this was crafted by dwarven craftsmiths, but not willingly."
Beautifully
So
dreadful.
how do you know that this is accurate to what it would have been like, or is this just your imagination?
No, we have there is paintings from the time depicting this. There's a
Hmm.
famous painting, Fall of the Dark Star, which was in Iglerion, but I think that's since fallen. Great tragedy that we lost that one. But there's many, 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 many histories from all of the lands
Hmm.
depicting what it was like. I mean, this did you not go to school? This is basic education.
Uh,
Uh,
That's not what we
It was a
want.
terrible time in our history, but it's good that it's remembered. Those who forget our history sometimes are doomed to repeat it.
Yes, indeed. And it's always worth keeping
Apparently.
an eye out for those who would bring back such as this.
Yeah, nasty business. Nasty business.
Are we ready to move on yet?
I think we are. Perhaps.
I'd like to see the next turn, yes.
The door is open, but I'm getting there. I'm preempting you this time.
I step in and find the light switch.
I approach the young girl. You know, there's an old tale that's very old, older than books. It's about a boy who dreamed of stars, not even warm ones, but the ones in your eyes that are too dark for anything else. And one of the day, those stars spoke back to him and it offered him secrets, power, and protection. The star just kept growing and growing in the boy until finally it grew beyond the boy. In the end, it just kind of was the star left instead of the boy. Kind of a neat story, eh?
But
You have eyes just like stars yourself, little girl.
nah, there wasn't enough blood in that. Skips off.
Mm.
All right, so this one is called the Twilight Wars.
The Twilight what? Sorry?
Wars.
Twilight Wars. Okay.
The
Twilight
northern
Wars.
diorama shows the forces of the Order of the Eternal Light. At its center stands Rodnar, the All-Seeing, flanked by priests wielding sun-shaped maces. A gigantic red dragon in clerical regalia looms over them. I'm not going to get this right. Azatraxos, the infamous war criminal that burned down Zolt. The southern diorama depicts the forces of King Calaman I. The king is surrounded by his heavily armoured knights on horseback, each wielding spears. Further in the back, the king's foot soldiers, archers, and infantry are depicted with resolute expressions ready to do battle. The exhibition is further enhanced by glass displays filled with relics from the Twilight Wars. Authentic weapons, holy symbols, letters from soldiers, and dispatches from officers, and coins minted with King Calaman's likeness are preserved here. As you walk in, the attendant introduces himself as Umra and says, "Did you know soldiers during the Twilight Wars often carved personal messages or prayers into their weapons? Many believed it would guide their strikes or bring them safely home." As he does this, he points to a case over here with the axes, showing you that they are indeed carved with holy symbols and personal messages.
I'll go through and look at every plaque. Kind of eye those swords.
I will ask him, who was the victor in this great battle?
The Order of Eternal Light, of course. Can I get you to give me an insight check when he says that? Yep, that'll do it. So as he says that, you look around and you notice that the Order of Eternal Light statues appear to be slightly more detailed and more heroic poses. They're like, doing all the proper hero stances, but while you turn around and look at King Calaman's side, it's not quite as much detail in those statues, and they got villainous little grins on their faces and stuff like that. So there is obviously a bias towards King Calaman's troops here. Like, they're obviously the losing side, and they want you to know it. Subtly want you to know it.
Hmm.
Who was looking closely at the display cases?
Oh, that would be
I'm right by
Vulcan.
one of them looking down.
Or was it
There it is.
Zulmos was going to have a look at them all, or somebody had said about?
Velkin's looking at all the display cases and reading the
Okay.
plaques.
Okay, so when you get to this display case right here, give me a perception check.
Perception check. A 3.
I'm also was checking out the display cases. That would be Gilprana.
Yeah, so you can give me a deception check as well. Hopefully, this guy's just reading the plaques and just like, yep, stuff. Yep, that's war stuff.
That's a pretty cool sword.
Oh, that's better.
You, on the other hand, when you get to this display case, there are some arrows in it, and you notice, both of you notice a faint glow to them.
I didn't see which display case. Not that it didn't
This
it
one
didn't
here.
light up or
That
we didn't have a little circle on it.
where my little red thing is on the pop out on your map should be showing, hopefully.
It's not, at least not for me.
I don't see it.
Top right.
I'm not seeing.
Excuse me, sir,
Oh.
but why is the side of Califan so much less maintained? Is it budget or is it politics?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. This is just being ridiculous now. No, we wouldn't do that. You're just seeing things. You know,
Well, the ones who fell are displayed in gold, and the ones who stood are being left in dust. History makes strange choices about who gets forgiveness, apparently.
well, they were the villains, weren't they? They were the bad guys, so we won. Yay.
Hmm.
I don't not to metagame, but as I have some history of the Order of Eternal Light from the campaign, would my character know that this isn't necessarily a good thing that the Order of Eternal Light won?
Give me.
Actually, I think it was kind of a stalemate.
Give me a history. You might feel that way, like knowing your history. You might feel that wasn't that just because it's called the Order of Eternal Light doesn't make them the good guys.
Right. Okay.
I don't want to give out too much more because I might end in spoiler
Understood.
territory.
Yeah. No, I would only probably say in response, I'm a big believer in balance. It's certainly too much darkness is bad, but too much light can be too.
He just gives you a raised eyebrow, like, "Are you insane? Like, what's?" These guys are obviously well rehearsed in what they say in their rooms, and like they work here because they believe in this stuff. So you're probably not going to convince him on that. The two that found the glowy arrows, however, can each of you give me an Arcana check, please?
Sure. Oh gosh, I don't remember.
If you could say I noticed.
Hmm.
Well, I am.
Ooh.
Well,
Imagine you pointed it out to me, so.
Velkin, you recognize that these are actually arrows of slaying. You're not 100% sure what type, but they are arrows of slaying that somebody has, for some reason, put in this display case, possibly not knowing that they were.
Look at those. And those are magical arrows of slaying.
They are inside a glass display case, so, I mean, you can try and get them, but you're going to have to work out a way to get in there without that guy seeing you.
I'm going to head over and try and distract this gentleman and have a chat with him. I'm just curious. Who decided this display order? Was it the curator? I'm curious about what a choice to have one side clearly being indicated as being better than the other.
All right, we'll come back to that conversation. We'll go over to these guys. So you can see that the attendant is distracted. He's facing the other way. So There is a lock on the display case. It's not super complex. You would be able to pick it if any of you have that skill.
Oh, that'd be me.
Well, Gilcrana, I don't know if you've got any skill in that, in terms of. I don't know what you want to do about the arrows, but they are quite, I'll say, valuable. And they're just kind of collecting dust in this glass case, if you ask me.
Does anyone have? I'm saying this softly to the person because I'm there too. And looking around, does anyone else have any arrows that look like these that we could replace them with so they wouldn't immediately notice the disappearance?
I think we should probably ask our. Oh, who was the ranger?
Yeah, that's
Baron.
Baron Goblin.
Baron, perhaps. Should I go over and perhaps get his attention? I'm gonna look over at Baron and try to subtly wave him over.
Hi, Baron.
Give me. Okay, so Baron, give me a perception check. Yeah, okay, I'll allow it. You turn around and you notice this little subtle like.
Hey, come here, Baron.
Baron will wander over. Yes.
So, those arrows right there, and he's pointing at them. Those are some arrows of slaying. Kind of just wasting away in this glass case. A bit of a shame, don't you think?
Could be dangerous too.
Baron, since you're looking at them, can you give me a history check too, please?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Last one.
Nah. You see that they're arrows of slaying because you were told they were, but you don't know what type.
That would be good, but except it pulls out that's all opens his case and is like, I have crossbow bolts. I don't have arrows. They would know the difference.
Probably. Well, anyone else actually have arrows around here?
Were there arrows anywhere else in one of the other displays that could be swapped out for these that might not be missed?
Let me. I'm gonna roll something to see whether there are. I'm gonna give me a d20. So odds, there is arrows in another case. Evens, there is not. There are no arrows in any other case.
Okay.
Well,
It was a thought. I mean, I'm whispering I could make illusionary arrows, but they won't last long.
long enough for us to get out of the room, perhaps?
If we were ourselves only here to snap and grab and run, that would be fine. But we have a mission. Perhaps we could come back to these later. I'd rather not power our introduction to the curator just yet.
Yes. No, you're right. Perhaps we will table this for later.
Yes. But I do think it's notable, and we can come back to these at some point if we can.
I do love that
Yeah.
every D&D game, it doesn't matter. You can be lawful good. Everybody in the party could be lawful good. But it's like larceny. Cool. Yeah. Let's just break in here and take this stuff.
I know,
Absolutely.
If it's used
I'm a
for the better
snake
good.
oil seller.
I believe in the Ferengi rules of acquisition.
I'm not against a little 5-finger discount.
I think it's the video game influence. It's like when you kill something in any video game, you just loot the corpse and just walk off with its stuff. So everyone's like,
Yeah.
just loot everything. It's all ours, right?
Like, you don't need
So I know
this.
you have
I'll
a
take it.
conversation coming up with Zormos, but Noruk is going to try and read the prayers on the messages on the axes in that case.
Over here.
What languages can Rook read?
Common and Orc.
I'm going to say there is one. There is one. But you're going to need to give me a... Probably going to be sucky for you too. You're going to need to give me a history check.
History check. We're just going to nat 20 this. No, we're not.
It is in Orcish, but it is an ancient dialect, and you're not real good with the modern dialect of Orcish, and definitely not good with the ancient one.
Okay.
So you know it's Orcish, and you can pick out like one word, just because you know this word. It just says carnage in Orcish.
Yes.
Apart from that, Zormos, what are you doing right now? How are you
So
keeping
tell me, do you believe in Kellerthan's failure, or do you just work in a place that needs you to?
Of course I believe. That's how I got the job, isn't it? I don't just give these jobs to anybody willy-nilly, you know.
I suppose. So what do you think that he saw at the end, Kellerthan? Do you think he saw betrayal or something deeper, something that the Order wanted to bury?
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
You don't know what I mean, but I thought you were one of the experts.
No, but what do you mean something deeper that he wanted to bury? What are you like? What are you alluding to?
Well, I wonder if perhaps the Order never did go away. That's what I question. The relics themselves, do you think that any of them still remember things? Like these axes here, do you think they remember what it was like back at the time?
They're axes. They don't know stuff.
They were actually what?
They're axes. They don't know stuff. They're just axes. How could they
Well,
know
I
stuff?
know, but people say that things hold memories. I'm wondering if do you think these might hold memories?
He looks very confused. He has no idea what you're talking about. Like
This axe, it doesn't look like a forgery. It's almost like it was hidden in plain sight.
it's not a forgery. It's from back then. Like that's what they're all for.
Of course. Well, it's interesting how the museum preserves symbols of power, but not necessarily the truths behind them.
Just look at you. You're weird.
That's what they tell me, yes.
Somebody else was about to say something.
I just kind of grunted and agreed.
No, clear my throat.
That he's weird.
Arthur's looking down the hall.
Yeah.
All right. He's just very confused at you, Zormos. He doesn't know what you're alluding to at all. If you're trying to subtly get something out of him, he ain't picking it up.
Okay. Hoping to see if I can figure out he's maybe a cultist himself, but no luck yet.
No, nobody. Everybody seems so far to just be genuine, like museum workers.
How are things looking down the hall with our friends? Do I still need to keep distracting?
No, they've walked away. They've walked towards you now. Obviously, they've decided that grand larceny wasn't on the cable today.
Well, let's move on then. This was somewhat interesting.
Yes, quite right. Let's move on, please.
What?
Old Umra there looks very, very relieved when you turn around and walk away. Oh, that was just the weirdest conversation I've ever had.
Yeah, don't mind him. He's always weird.
Yeah, he's probably the weirdest of us bunch.
Well, I just want to check on the young person in the first room. They appear to be a little perturbed at some of the comments that Zormo's made.
Baron looks at the axes. Is there anything written on them that he would recognize? It's,
I'm assuming common and dwarvish.
Aquan, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Common.
All right, give me a history check.
After the conversation that we almost just had with the
Unfortunately, the all of the you recognize a couple that are written in Draconic and a couple that may be dwarvish as well, but the dialect is so far removed from what's common now that they're almost indecipherable.
I kind of wanted to look at the axes as well, considering the conversation I just heard my friend have with the museum employee.
All right.
I'm just kind of looking over at them.
Give me a history as well.
What languages did I speak again? Oh yeah, Abyssal, Common, Deep Speech, and Undercommon.
All right.
History. I'll eventually find it. There it is. Yeah.
Yeah. No, all like you imagine if any of the ones that are written in common were spoken, it'd sound something like Brad Pitt and Snatch.
Nice.
It's like, these are just a bunch of gibberish. I mean, well, by today's standards, I suppose.
Alrighty.
Well,
I guess I can try as well if everyone else has. I speak. I know Abyssal, Common, Deep Speech, Draconic, and Elvish. So what the heck?
Give it a whirl.
Sure, I'm on my way out
give it a
today.
try.
Ooh.
Oh,
Well,
Here you go.
history's one of my strong suits. I am the historian.
Kilkrana walks up there and sees one written in Elvish,
at
and
least one of us has a smarty pants.
it just has one word on it. It just says Darkender, as if they've named
Darkender.
their weapon
Yeah.
in Elvish, and you can see
Nice.
it's very, very stained with blood, and you can tell this one was probably used to kill lots of King Calaman's troops.
Okay, I'll look at it and kind of stutter a little bit and walk away. It doesn't. Does it appear to be aged as I would expect it to be, like old and brittle looking? It's not like magically preserved or anything.
No, it just looks like the whatever elf was fighting on that side just etched it into the blade of a normal
Got it.
sword. It's just like,
Got it.
but as if with your 20 roll, I'm going to give you this as if they thought that just etching a name into the sword would somehow make it magical. Like that's the kind of
Right.
And you
Right.
imagine this elf probably had like black hair that went over one eye and
You know, historical emo. Anyway, we have all had an emo
Yeah.
phase, even back centuries
yeah.
ago. Love that.
All right. I'll look at it disapprovingly and I'm not saying anything exactly, but just looking up and just sort of shaking my head at the whole diorama. The light was not always good. I'll whisper to myself once again, somewhat under my breath.
Umra really just looks like he's like, oh god, I wish these guys would go. This is turning into a bit of
I'm
a
heading
depressing
towards the
day.
door. Yes.
Tash, I don't think this guy's a cultist. I think we could probably go on.
Yes.
As you walk to the next room, you see the plaque above the door, and it says "Era of Fractured Thrones." The room has several smaller glass display cabinets showcasing broken crowns from rival heirs, tarnished coins with less and less gold in them as inflation grew, and a wide array of banners and heraldry that were mostly short-lived and reimagined time and time again, symbolizing the fragmented state of the kingdom and the desire of the heirs to separate themselves from each other. The cabinets also contain blood-stained daggers used in assassinations, maps detailing the divided territories, and conspiratorial letters. Now, the Drail city-states is exactly that. It's a collection of city-states. So, much like India would have been before everything, there was rulers all across the land who vied for power with each other. As you walk in, a middle-aged half-elf, which I wasn't really sure how you depict middle-aged half-elves, since elves, be they half or standard, look young until they're old. So he doesn't look particularly middle-aged, but somehow you know he's middle-aged. Called Tolbeer, says, during the era of Fractured Thrones, some heirs minted coins with their rivals' faces deliberately mishappen or scratched out, a subtle way of declaring them unfit to rule. Tolbeer speaks with a sly grin, tapping lightly on the case of tarnished coins.
Take a closer look at the coins because that sounds interesting to me.
I think Vulcan, with a very keen interest in currency, is also gonna gravitate towards the coins.
That's very fascinating. I understand. You know, deface the coin, bury the man.
Indeed. You know.
Yeah.
While you're all looking, everyone who is looking, give me a perception check, please.
Did notice I have the robe of eyes, which gives me advantage on perception checks with ice that rely on sight. Is that? Oh, dang. Okay, cool.
Nat 20. I did.
That's advantage. Did not help me.
Your eyes were all blinking. All the robe of eyes were blinking. At
They were all like, yeah.
Your robe of eyes is actually cross-eyed.
It's a little it's blinded by the museum lights. Just like.
All right, so we do have a 26 there, which if this were Baldur's Gate 3, you just got a critical success. So, so you notice in how do I ping? Because every time I try and ping, I just get a menu.
I believe it's
I might
supposed to
just
be a long press for the left key, mouse key, but
I saw a orange circle just now. Yeah.
That was somebody else.
that was me. Yeah.
All right,
No,
the
but
long,
that was not me.
The long skinny case in the middle.
This one.
Yep. You notice that there's an old scabbard for a dagger. And you notice there is an outline of a little secret pouch on the dagger. Sheath on the sheath for the dagger. Now again, it's in a locked glass case, which you can attempt to get out.
I'm going to note it for now and know that I really want to get into the dagger, but I'm concerned about causing trouble too soon.
It's probably wise not to steal shit in the middle of the day in an open museum.
Correct.
Yeah,
But I'm
you
noting.
know.
I'm noting it for my just just my own personal. I might raise an eyebrow if one of my cohorts is looking in my direction and the tour guide is not. I might just subtly glance down at it and glance up like this is important, or at least it's worth
Zormos
something.
loves
can,
daggers.
can, can I at least make a note of that?
Can everybody give me a perception check?
Or
I'm too busy looking at the book.
do it with advantage again because of my robifies.
Ah, wisdom check, not say. Check, not say. That's all he's got.
Oh. All right.
You notice the sly little looking and... But that's it. Nobody else. The attendant is just too busy like walking around pointing things to people, going, oh, look at this. Oh, yeah, this is amazing. Oh, this dagger, that was used to kill King... Who's what's it? I don't know any of their names, so... and doesn't notice anything you're doing. You're pretty sure you might even be able to get in there.
I'll
It is
give
locked.
Gilkrana a nod
Yes,
and subtly give a signal, like a thumbs up or something, like
Okay.
noted.
Zormos is your
Right.
resident rogue, so...
Yep.
I'll have to.
They think that they may be able to break in there, like because this guy's so
I'll
distracted.
Okay.
I'll walk over to our
I'll-
rogue. Zormos.
Yes.
Hey, FYI, in the previous room, first of all, there's some arrows slang in that one case, and I'll gesture over to Gilkrana where they're looking at the dagger and be like, and there looks like a friend has noticed something of interesting value.
I'll go take a look. What do we have here?
Looking over, making sure the tour guide is distracted, I'll whisper, speaking low, not whisper, but speaking real low tones to almost. That dagger there, the pouch has a secret compartment here, then. I was
Well,
really interested in what's in it.
I love daggers, and I'm curious too. I'm going to try and do sleight of hand, see if I can slip in and get whatever's in the pouch.
I'm going to. Does this case look like it lifts up the piece of glass?
The whole thing is hinged, but it's hinged in separate parts because like a lid that big would be
Very heavy.
and would shatter the first time you tried to open it. So it's actually in parts.
Sure.
So you know the part where it is. I will need a stealth check first, but I will allow you to do it with advantage because.
Good thing. That's not very good.
Oh no!
God, same thing.
Alright, so just you never know. This guy could just roll bloody terribly.
Yeah. Yeah. That's +5.
How can I roll insight from this guy?
I was going to quickly, for what it's worth, I was planning to, as he was going to pick the lock, I was going to cast a minor illusion, basically between us and him, making it just look like we're just standing, just a tableau, like we're just standing there looking at it. So in front of us is an illusion of just us, but without opening the glass.
And I will
I
attempt
think
to strike up a conversation with the museum employee.
I think that
So,
might be a
these-
little bit outside the range of what minor illusion can manage.
It might, I don't know.
Like that's like programmed illusion or something like that. That's pretty
Mhm.
pretty intense. Like
Okay.
yeah, that might be a little bit too far. I will allow you to do like just. I mean, maybe an illusion of the case being closed. But what I'll do.
If he starts to turn toward me to see me, I'm casting immediately a thaumaturgy spell of something smashing in the next chamber across behind where we came from.
All right.
Yeah, I would basically, I think I could be able to get away with an illusion of the case simply remaining closed, just being closed.
Yeah. I'll get you to roll an Arcana. It's not really something to roll for that, but we'll see how you come up there.
All right.
I don't think you can fail this, by the way, but you know, maybe you can. Roll a 1. Let's see that happen.
Ooh.
It's not a 1. It's not great. It's not a 1.
No, that's not a 1, and that's enough. That'll do it. You, as almost starts to pick the lock, it fumbles and clatters the thieves' tools against the side of the case, and there's this scratch glass sound. That's like, like oop, and it starts to turn around, but then you cast the illusion, looks back, the lid's closed, and
I'm trying to
somebody's
engage him in conversation.
Yep, somebody's trying to talk to him and he's like going back. So now I'll get you to do the sleight of hand check to actually open the lock.
Oh,
Amazing, the lock is just simple. It is like a
Nice.
simple like it's not even like a 6-pin tumbler lock. It's like it's got 2 pins in it or something, and just like okay, that's open. And with the illusion, with that roll, you managed to open it up and pull the dagger sheath out.
While it's open and he's lifting it up, I'm going to mage hand one of my own normal daggers. Like,
All right. When you open the sheath, you find inside the little hidden compartment a message. Just a piece of paper with a message on it. And this message says that there is a hidden cache under a lightning-stricken willow tree at the road junction near the village of Silver Mist.
something,
Cache, if you will.
a cache hidden under willow tree in Silver Mist.
At the road junction near the village of Silver Mist. So outside the village.
do we know where that is?
You would know where that is in the context of this world at the moment, yes. Or you would know the
And
general area.
far away from where we are here or nearby?
I actually couldn't tell you because I have not memorized the entire trail
No
map
problem.
yet.
No, I'm just wondering in terms of this, do I get the sense, like, does this seem like fairly new paper? Like it could have been a dead drop, or does it seem like it's maybe
No,
an
this
old
seems
message?
quite old. Like this is from some point there where like you think that this is more along the lines of back during when all of this was happening. Somebody had hidden this
Ah,
cache and it's been sitting there ever since if nobody's found it.
Okay, so not really useful
cool.
to us for what we're looking for right now, then.
It doesn't have anything to do with the cults, unfortunately, no.
No.
No,
Alright.
but it might become in handy later on. It's nice to know.
Gee, if we're ever in Silver Mist.
Right?
Like there's that tree. We'll go and get some free stuff. And I'm assuming, I mean, you've put your dagger in there. You're keeping this dagger sheath.
No, I'm actually going to slip it back in.
Yeah.
No sense in
If
taking it.
he's gonna put it back in, then I'll remove my dagger.
All right.
It's probably not a similar enough dagger. They'd notice, so that's fine.
Eventually, they'd be cleaning and be like, "What? This isn't the dagger."
Nope.
You're
I'm-
you're all right. Like that, you've managed to put it back in. Like the case is open, and there's only a few sheaths and stuff in there. This is not. You don't need that.
All right, good.
Very
Bruce
much.
wants to know what she's looking at.
I want to know what she's looking at too. Unfortunately, not everything here is explained.
Okay, fine.
I'm going to say you're looking at. No, I won't say that. Don't worry about That would be inappropriate. You're looking at a gigantic necklace of coloured baubles.
Wow.
It's a little plaque on it says that it belonged to some king in the area. It was his like state jewelry when he wanted to look pimped out.
Are these books or tomes against the far wall,
They
opposite
are
the door we came in?
they are books of the histories and reigns of the various petty kings. They're just each one's open on a list of kings' dates that they ruled and when they died and how they died, which was usually painfully. Like
Okay, I'm just curious.
you do note that pretty much none of them died of old age.
Right.
Quite a few were defenestrators. All right, so Naruk looks like yeah, had enough of this room. Let's move on.
Yep. This room is boring for Naruk.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Velkin is engrossed in conversation with Tolweir up here. Or has run away. I'm not 100% sure which. Still with us, Falcon?
Windsock.
Yes, moving on. Sorry, I just noticed spam message in the chat. I was reporting it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, is that what that was? It's
Yeah.
I'm kind of like I'm gonna have to work this out if I'm gonna do it all the time, but it's kind of on my OBS and it's sitting over in the corner of my second monitor with everything because the pop out only works in the stream because basically I put the pop out over the top of what I can see, so that's why you can't see any of the spoilers. It's because that's actually the pop out put over the top of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the only way that works is if it's actually maximized. If I minimize that down, it stops working in the
Hmm.
stream. Because why
Yeah.
not? That's alright. That's
It's
okay.
always finicky.
Out of
Oh,
curiosity, has the shape of this place met or meets what the outside of the place seemed to look like? I'm just like thinking of that hallway where we had the depiction of the battle. Did that? I didn't see any windows there, and I'm wondering if there's potentially a section of a building that we're not seeing.
let's do something because I don't know if you actually would have scouted the building. So
Okay.
Mm.
let's roll. Give me a 50-50. Evens, you scouted the building. Odds, you didn't.
Sure thing. Did not.
You did not. You
Nope.
didn't scout the building, so
Did
you
not.
have no idea. You just walked up
No problem.
steps to the front door. Was like, we're going to go in during the day, so we don't need to look at the building.
Yeah.
But
All right.
I will give you a posthumous investigation roll for that room
Oh,
because you did
sure.
notice that there wasn't any windows. You find it odd that there was no windows considering there was, but you also realize there was no windows in the back of this one either. But then there was
Mm.
windows here, so there's something up, but you're not 100% sure what.
Okay.
Like you would have expected there to be rear windows in that room, in both rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So note that for later.
Okay.
All right, in this room there is another just commoner just wandering around looking at stuff. And this room's runner who looks a bit flustered and flushed actually. Because if you take a look out, you'll realize that this room goes back onto the first room.
Mm-hmm.
And he would be the one that Kalia sent to go and talk to the curator.
Ah,
Though he's a bit puffed from having run there and run back to his spot. Now, this room is called the Age of Harmony. And is dedicated to the period of peace and prosperity that followed the tumultuous civil wars in Drael and the fall of the Order of the Eternal Light after the Southern Wind's wake, 640 years ago. So a diorama in the room showcases the bow of a pirate ship called the Wicked Saber, its prow cutting through painted frothy waves while pirates stand menacingly on its bow. Nearby, a statue depicts the legendary golem of Selendar, while another statue features a half-human, half-red dragon noble from the Isle of Xantharos, which is where Torrents of the Spellhoarder takes place, dressed in ornate armor and holding a ceremonial staff. The glass displays contain dried night rose petals, healing tools used during the Great Plague, torn maps that chart the territories of Thalendar, and early tools crafted by the Guild of Diverse Trades. As you walk in, Gamleo, the very puffed human attendant, says, during the Southern Wind's wake, the Guild of Diverse Trades was formed in secret by merchants to stabilize Drael's collapsing economy. Today, their early tools and symbols of ingenuity and unlikely alliances. Tools are symbols of ingenuity and unlikely alliances. His voice resonates with pride. As his token there, he's got his hands on the side of his shirt, very proud. And he's talking about the tools in this case down here where he's moved as he was talking.
Relative of yours, Astash?
I'm not quite sure.
Astash would know that no, this is not a relative of his. This guy is not dragonborn, he is a half-dragon.
Oh no, see, it's the subtle way the draw line is. You can tell a half dragon.
It's more the wings.
Yes, and the wings are a dead giveaway too.
Even though Astash's token does technically have wings on it, he does not have wings. That was just one of the images from Torrents that I managed to use because I didn't want to AI generate any of the tokens or anything like that.
Pay no attention to profile pic.
Looking into the case with the tools, I'll say, my, this is quite good craftsmanship for its age.
Well,
See if I can induce this guy to do a little more chatting.
It's like, well, they
He
were
appears
the
to-
Guild of Diverse Trades. This was their thing. This was a combination of all of the different guilds and traders and stuff coming together in order to stave off total economic collapse, to really revitalize Drael and bring it into the screaming into whatever century we happen to be in right now. I do know that.
Sure.
Hey, Leo, were you the one who's supposed to go find the curator for us? We've been waiting for a long time for the curator to show up.
I did go and talk to him. He's really not interested in talking to anybody right now. And yeah, I can't do any more than that. He's a private man. He's gone to his, and here he looks a bit shifty for a second. His private chambers.
And where might that be? Because we really need to talk to him. This is not acceptable.
But you did hear the word private at the start of that chambers thing, like the he went to his private chambers.
Yes, I understand that. Washrooms are private too, but lots of people go to them.
Yes, well, I'm not going to tell you that.
Step aside, step aside. Naruk goes over there and gives him a copper piece. How about now?
That's funny.
It's like, well, that's a step in the right direction.
All right. 2 more copper pieces.
Just looks at you.
Anybody have any? Naruk turns to Astash. What do you think? Was 3 copper pieces enough, or should I go higher?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
I'll sigh and dig
Perhaps-
into my pouch and pull out some actual gold.
Ah, yes, that was my next suggestion.
All right.
I'll.
How much gold are you giving him?
Um,
You're level
I
5
don't want to be
here,
a few.
so people would have a bit of gold.
Yeah,
You wouldn't be rich, but you'd have a little bit of gold.
correct. I'll pull out 5 gold.
All right. Well,
Is that
that'll
a
do.
little better?
That'll do. He doesn't give back the copper pieces either, though. So he's got the 5 gold plus the 3 copper. He's happy. It's like, all right. And he's gonna look at you all conspiratorially and like give you a little like come in closer because he doesn't want to be heard saying
Mhm.
this. So, in the room at the back with the guy that doesn't like questions, the one with the eternal order display.
Mhm.
There's a secret door in the middle of that wall, but you didn't hear that from me.
Am I close enough to hear this?
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, he wasn't really whispering that whisperly. It was a stage whisper.
Okay.
On the Eternal Order side?
Yeah, on the back wall. The back wall that you noticed had no windows.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Checks out.
How much for an apple?
Thank you for the information.
So, well, I do have more information if anybody's got any more gold.
Oh shit.
Uh,
Uh,
how much more information?
Well, you know, the sort of information where the guards don't come running and kill you all because you're trying to break in through a secret door in a room.
Oh, certainly, of course. Yes. Why don't you give the gentleman maybe, 5 more gold?
He gives you like just a subtle up nod of, yep, that'll do.
All right, I'll pass along the 5 gold.
Do you have is a subtle up nod a non-Australian thing? Do people do that anywhere else? Because I know
We
here,
do something similar here, yeah.
I just know here that if you walk into a pub and you look at the guy behind the bar and you go, that means pour me a pint of your finest, thanks.
no.
Or any number of things. We're very economical with our head gestures. We use them for everything.
We do something similar here, but we just don't call it that. But yes.
So when you hand over the 5 more gold, he goes, all right. So the guy in that room up there, whose name I have forgotten because it's Jameis, up there. He goes on his break and he looks down at his wrist, and you don't know why he looks down at his wrist because watches have not been invented. But he looks down at his wrist and he goes, in about half an hour, and so you'll have about 15 minutes to find the door and get in there.
All right, fine friends. Shall we make our way back?
I wouldn't walk back
Yes.
that way if I were you. I'd go around.
No, yes, around is what I mean.
It'll look a bit weird if you go back. They don't usually
Backtrack.
like that.
Not to mention, there's a couple of rooms we haven't yet taken a look at.
Well,
So maybe we should continue our tour.
only the one more. It's 2 doors, but it's only one big room. It's the final room. It's
Right.
the centerpiece, apparently. I think my room's the centerpiece, but whatever.
Sacrifice
Spend a
chamber.
little. We can kill some time there before going around again.
Alrighty.
Little bit.
Well, feel free to spend as long as you like in here. I mean, you've made my day. Gonna go and get the missus that new cart she's been wanting.
Well, you're quite welcome for that.
Make sure you get a
We
red
can
one.
Make sure what?
Make sure you get a red one.
Yeah, with flames.
Red cart.
Flames
Red
down
cards are the
the
best. Yes.
side.
With flame decals.
Yeah, it's gone in 60 minutes is the, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
I mean, sorry, I'm quoting movies that are freaking older than most people, but you
Oh,
know.
I know what you mean.
yeah.
All right, so yeah, he says have a look around, do what you like. So up to you now. You've found out where you need to go.
Yes. So I'm going to take a glance around the room to see if there's anything of interest and or, well, value, as it were.
Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything you could steal in this room that would be worth stealing. Nothing that you could steal and like stick under your shirt. Like this stuff looks expensive, and the prow of that boat, the bow of the boat, there looks like it'd be worth a fortune. But you're probably not gonna get that in a pouch.
A little too big. Little
Yeah,
little bit too big to fit under my robe.
yeah, they might notice that.
Alright. Once I've had my cursory look around, I will start toward the door. Look for my companions.
Oh, I'll whisper to the others as we're leaving before we go into the room. You know, the other nice thing about that half-hour break, that means an unguarded room with two special arrows.
Mm. Mhm.
We can commit grand larceny. Yes.
What are these arrows you were talking about?
Well, I'll show you if you like. They're arrows of slaying, just
Those
kind
are
of
quite powerful.
wasted in the glass case.
They're quite powerful, yes. Why are they... Why were they put on display at a museum?
Probably because they didn't have the eye for other value.
Zormos seems to be
Ironic, considering.
lost in thought. Hasn't even realised the rest of you have left yet.
I was trying to buy an apple.
Trying
That's
to buy an
sorry.
apple
I heard
in a
that like
museum.
how much for the apple? I'm like, what are you talking about? And I forgot to use that token for that commoner. That's why he was trying to buy an apple in a museum. This guy's got an apple.
That's great. And like a random apple seller in the middle of a museum. Great.
They're part of the display. They're not for
Yeah.
sale.
So you managed to get 3 for a copper. There you go.
Excellent.
It's apple season. Quite good too.
He's just carrying around a staff of apples on his back.
Yeah, you know,
Uh,
you gotta sell where you can. You gotta go where the people are to sell.
Zormos,
Yes,
where did
yes,
you get the
yes,
apples?
yes,
Actually, we'll rejiggy that a little bit. As you walked in the room, he's going, apples, get your apples. 3 for a copper. And as you come back into the front room, Kaelia says, "Oh, hello, welcome back. That was I hope that all that was good. You know, had some fun around there, saw some interesting stuff. You do have the last room to go though, the Lost Cultures room. It is our centerpiece. So enjoy that."
Certainly.
As you walk into this, there's a mother and son uh, just standing around, and the son's sitting there going, "Mom, can we go? This is boring." The son's like, he's like, "No, this is educational. Just look at the thing. Like, aren't the Minotaur skeletons cool? Aren't they cool?" Like, "No, Mum, they're boring. Let me go Tashi Station, get some power converters." Um,
I'm just gonna lean over to the boy and be like, you know, there is strength in knowledge.
Mom, this guy's trying to give me candy.
I don't have any candy.
What is the name of this room?
Lost cultures. And
Lost
I'm not.
Cultures?
I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with these.
well, as you walk
Lost
in, Barrelaw, in a conspiratorial whisper, as he gesture was excellent, says, "The labyrinthine vault of Gotrek was said to house a treasure so precious that Koth himself crafted its puzzles and traps. Only those deemed truly worthy, both in wit and stamina and strength, could unlock its secrets." So, Minotaur Labyrinth. What good campaign doesn't have one of those?
Mhm.
None.
Oh, I love me a good puzzle, but the elf high elf speaks up.
Well, have a look
Any
around the.
puzzles to be found in this room? I'll ask.
It could be. You'll have to have a look. So, in one corner of the room, diorama depicts a noble drow seated on a palanquin, resting on the backs of devils who crawl on all fours, their faces twisted in pain and servitude. The drow, dressed in dark regal attire, exudes an air of cruel authority over his infernal mounts. In another corner, an imposing lizard man is shown whipping human slaves dressed in ancient tunics. At the center of the room, the largest podium displays a scene. The skeletons of minotaurs, clad in rusted armor and wielding massive great axes, stand in a jungle setting surrounded by artificial palm trees and dense bushes. Behind them, strange gears and reconstructed mechanisms bear the visages of bulls and minotaurs. So we've got Whippy the Lizard Man over in this corner. And we've got the Regal Drow sitting on his mounts in this corner.
Nothing is
Sorry.
lighting up when you're saying this corner, that corner.
Oh, sorry.
At least for me. At least for me.
I did zoom in. I thought that was. It's
Oh, yeah, no.
the right corner.
Left?
That's the left is the Regal Drow and right is the Lizard Man. On my screen, I
Yeah.
see a little red dot where my mouse is on the pop out, and I thought you guys could see that. Like, I thought that's what that was for.
Yeah. Nope.
If only. If only.
So yes, in the right corner, Whippy the Lizard Man. In the left corner, Regal Drow riding around on devils. And then big Minotaur display here with lots of clockwork-looking mechanisms and stuff.
After being rebuffed by that child, I'm just gonna go over and look at this this corner in the left hand side.
Just being accurate with children.
I mean,
Naruk asks if are these real skeletons?
Yes. So those are real Minotaur skeletons clad in that armor. Yes, 100%. They were excavated from the jungles in what's that other place? That island nation, where all those half dragon guys are. One of the islands out there. It was excavated on.
Is this a look but don't touch sort of thing, or can I take a closer examine? I'm fascinated by
Sorry,
this
I missed
time
that.
period in this culture.
Oh.
Is this a look but don't touch sort of diorama, or can I take a closer look?
Definitely don't touch. Some of that stuff is fragile, and we don't appreciate people putting their paws on it. So look with your eyes, not with your hands.
All right. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I believe the restroom is up in the lobby.
You would be
Get me some
surprised.
apples while you're out.
I will say one of the things that I really love about Elderbrain is almost every single building of any worth has a toilet in it. In their maps.
I-
They actually
I've
put
noticed.
bathrooms in.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
And they have a
I
description
just
too. It's not just
I
like
just purchased an. Go ahead.
no, you say, you go.
I was just gonna say I just purchased a Crown of the Oathbreaker. It's quite a, and I'm really surprised. I'm very impressed with their maps and their the thoughtfulness they put into that.
So
Yeah, I'm running a campaign with that myself right now, and the group's really enjoying it. We're just about to go into the menagerie.
that's a fun map.
Yeah, it's good.
But yeah, there's the without spoilers again with the that wizard map, the school.
Mhm.
And there's the
Yep.
toilets in there, and there's a description for the toilets in there. It's not just there's toilets. There's actually a
Yep.
number and a description for what's in the toilet.
Yeah, and a bathroom, like baths, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty cool.
I tell you, it was a headache for me because it's like this bathtub is worth this much money and weighs this much. Like so now I have to make it an item and put it in the treasure in case somebody wants
Oh
to
yeah,
carry out a bathtub.
yeah, yeah. um, Zormos is going to get close to Vilkrana and just kind of suggests looking here and thinking about what he said. He said that there was. What did he say now? There was a shoot. Oh, both in wit, stamina, and strength. I wonder if the ruler, beast, and a whip could be connected to those things, like a key. The drow is a ruler. We've got a beast, and then the whip. It could be a key of some sort, maybe.
It's possible. Well, there's only so much exploring we can do without um, alerting the wrong folks as to what we're up to. But I definitely want to take a closer look.
Alright, you guys give
Um,
me an investigation check as you're searching the room, please.
yes, I can
And
do
I'm
that.
going to take a look specifically at the Minotaur display.
Minotaurs.
Mm.
Almost, you also looking at the Minotaur display?
I am not. I'm focusing on the drow over here.
So who is looking at the Minotaur display? Because that's
Zormos
I
was.
am.
I got a 17.
so that's it. Yep. All right. So Zormos, you notice something. And I'll get you to roll me an Arcana, or no, it's just an Arcana.
Okay.
That's enough. Not that you're magically inclined, but you notice that a couple of these Minotaur skeletons seem to be a little bit more than they seem. There's a slight, almost like if you turn your head to the side, you can almost see like a purple green glow somehow. Purple and green together, which doesn't seem possible, but that's what you see.
Okay.
Do you point it out to me?
Oh yeah, definitely Vilkrana. Yes.
Because I'm standing right next to you, and I was doing the same. When Zormos mentions that to me, can I make an Arcana check?
You can, or you could even cast something like Detect Magic or whatever.
If I had it in my spell list, I look. I wish,
Yes.
but it is not in my list.
Arcana is fine.
Okay.
Velcrin, I think, has
You roll.
that spell.
Well, that's high enough
We'll
to
take that.
to work this out anyway. So, if anybody got the purple green reference, that's technically the color of magic in Terry Pratchett's books. Kind of a purpley
Ah.
green. And you notice something, a more of a slight dark aura to the edge of it that you think might be necromantic in nature. So you are pretty sure that these are actually undead minotaur skeletons that you're looking at.
Great.
They're not doing anything right now. They're not moving. They're not, in any way threatening. But you're pretty sure they're animated.
And is that a throne that's kind of at the back of them there, or
No, that's a giant minotaur head, clockwork head.
miniature head? Oh, a head.
Head. It's a clockwork display, like a machine.
Yeah. Which would imply that things can be turned and make things happen.
Not that you can get there to do it, because there is a barrier rail around that, and he has already told you to keep your hands off.
Right.
You can, of course, ignore him, jump over the rail, and do whatever you like, but that may have repercussions.
I'll whisper back to Zormos what I learned from looking at that, and then say, I suspect they're guarding something. That if someone were to do something that they didn't like or were programmed not to like, we'd have a problem.
Well, I also suspect that the head that we see there is some sort of mechanism for opening something. Also, we may find that we're trying to find a secret door, and then we can't get through without actually opening a mechanism.
That very well may be true.
I could perhaps. I do have a thaumaturgy spell that's really great for making distractions. I wonder if perhaps we could try and distract this man out of here. Probably ask everybody else first.
What sort of thaumaturgy? Well, I suppose we could, as long as we're not making too big of the. We don't want to draw too much attention.
Correct. Yes. I'm going to spend some time wandering around each of the party members and let them know that what we've seen, and see if anybody has any other thoughts too.
I'm also going to, noting what I've noted about that, I want to take a look around the room, the two corner dioramas and these images across the top. What are these up here in the corner?
Partial skeletons. That one appears to be a cat, which is a bit mean, but that's all it looks like to me.
I return.
Nothing in here that looks like it would be a clue or a direct or anything.
And I'm hoping those are just normal human skulls, but considering this is a 5x5 square, I kind of feel like they're baby skulls, but that's just a bit off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just maps. Nothing's ever quite that accurate. I'd say they're just human skulls. Or humanoid skulls. Meanwhile, the kid's still complaining, walking around the room. Mum, I want to go. Shit.
I saw that one.
Yeah, definitely saw the.
There we go.
Yeah,
So tell
the red.
everybody
It's got to be the long press. There we go.
Yes.
Yeah.
any suggestions
Now we
from the
saw
rest
the red.
Sorry, any suggestions?
from the rest of the group? I'm just checking with them. I let Ashtash know for sure. Like, we may need you getting rid of undead if you have that ability.
What? Undead? Where?
No, yes. What's this?
Minotaurs.
Undead.
The Minotaurs. I think they are undead.
You mean they're actually not statues?
I mean, I think they're alive-ish dead.
That's very foreboding. But yes, I am prepared to deal with such things.
Hmm.
Yep.
Is this what we want to do before going into the secret room?
That room, that was
I'm
back
just
at
worried
the
that this might be how we get into the secret room, that we have to potentially have something opened in this room. I don't know.
You are wiser than I.
wasn't the secret room back in that battle scene room, whatever it was called.
Well, we're basically killing time in this room before we can sneak back around during that guy's break. Anything interesting about the lizard man diorama in the corner here?
Not really. It's just a fairly like. I mean, it looks good. It's well made. It's just depicting a time when lizard men had subjugated humans and turned them into slaves.
Okay.
Seems to be a very subjugation sort of montage to this museum. Every room seems to have something to do with somebody subjugating somebody else. So, pretty accurate.
Hmm.
Right. Hmm.
I think I need to go to the bathroom, so I might take a 5-minute break now, and then when we come back, the guy up the top is about to go on his lunch break.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Most excellent.
Well, folks, any thoughts on what we
Battery
want to do next?
80%.
I'm looking at my warlock stuff right now, and I notice I have the ability to cast detect magic at will without expending a spell slot. So I'm thinking I'm going to do
Nice.
that once
I am back.
our DM returns. Good timing.
Yeah. That much coffee first thing in the morning is probably a bad idea, but at the same time, I just had this thing the night before anything like this because I was getting up early, and I had it actually wrong. I was an hour. I thought I was starting at 8, not 9. So last night I'm waking up every 5 minutes, like, am I ever slept in? Have I slept in? Have I slept in? And then, of course, it was 6 o'clock when I got up. So you're going to cast detect magic at just
Well, I'm
general.
thinking. Yes, whatever level I cast it at as a warlock through my Eldritch Sight.
Stays on for I think 10 minutes. So anything you see in that time?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you're definitely going to get a necromantic aura from both of the, from 2 of the Minotaur skeletons, but not the third one.
Right. And I'll point the 2 out. So that one and that one definitely got some necromantic juice on them, if you will.
Necromantic juice. That's how it works. It's that fish bladder or whatever it is that you use to make zombies.
Yes.
The mechanism in the middle does not radiate any magic at all,
Mm-hmm.
and neither does anything else in this room.
Yeah, but nothing else in this room. If we hurry and go through the other rooms, we might be able to catch something else. But
Well, let's head off and around then. See if if that fellow's gone.
well, that 10 minutes.
And he's leaving the room. He's going to the microwave, and he's probably microwaving fish because he seems like that sort of guy.
Sure.
As I come out of the room, and seeing our number 10 guy over there, I say, "This is the absolute most amazing museum. I got to go around again. This was so much fun."
Yeah, actually, we're just everyone walk back for a second. As you go to walk back in, she's like, excuse me, that'll be another 5 copper each. You only get one trip around.
Yes, of course. Oh, of course. My apologies. Here you are, madame.
Only 5 copper. What?
Yes.
You guys are so underselling yourselves.
I will
It's
throw in an extra 3 copper this time.
Yes, because a bit overzealous. Quite to apologize.
You give her the extra 3 copper, and she's like, thanks, yoink. Jump into the game.
Yes, it's worth a second trip around. We wanted to take our time.
Yes.
There is a lot to see. There is definitely a lot to see in this. It does take a few times around.
Certainly no curator to see how it must make a note, however.
Yes, when he came back, when the guy in the last room. When Gamleo came back, he said the curator wasn't interested in seeing you. I do apologize for that, but you know how it is.
Of course, we understand. People are busy. We'll just have to entertain ourselves and give ourselves a tour.
Sounds good. Remember, any of our guides are happy to help. Though, apparently one of you was really rude to Tolvia there. Told him that his display was fake. Tolvio, he was very offended.
Yes. Definitely apologize and then give a meaningful look over at
My initial impression was that it was fake, but having been through the rest of this place, I see it clearly is not. I'll be sure to apologize when I see him again.
That sounds like a good idea. He takes his job very seriously, as do we all.
Yes.
I'm sure.
All right, have fun.
Good day.
Thank you, madam. I
Alright.
bow slightly to her before skirting off.
As you walk into this room, Velkin, that young Triceratops skeleton, also necromantic magic. It looks
Oh,
like
the Triceratops skeleton?
Yep.
Oh,
Tovio, I wanted to
friends?
say I'm so sorry about what I said earlier. Clearly, everything in here is real.
A little too
In
real.
fact, I'll lean over to Ashdash. The Triceratops is also a bit got that necromantic juice on it.
By the gods, this one too. Huh?
Yes.
All right, our plot thickens.
Juice seems to be everywhere.
Just fucking spraying that juice around the room. Alright. Nothing
Splashing
else in
all
the
over the
room.
place.
Nothing else in the room lights up apart from the Triceratops.
Mustache is truly on edge now.
And I don't think Tolvi overheard you. You guys are whispering this, aren't you? You're not just going around going,
Yes.
Yeah.
that's undead!
Yes. He would not be saying that very loud.
The
We
juice
try to
is
be a little
everywhere.
bit
Hey, Tovio, don't you
quiet
know?
about it.
Alright, so the guy's gone on his break, but you are on a timeline here as well, so
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would like to move forward into the next room,
Yes.
casting my glance about, see if I can't see any other magic.
in this room you don't spot anything.
Well, nothing in here. Just, making effort to look like I'm looking about before moving on.
Yeah. And you do, of course, as soon as you walk into this room, get the glow from the arrows of slaying, which you now realise are arrows of dragon slaying.
Ah. I'll walk over to I think it was Gilkrana that I was over there with. I'll whisper to them. the arrows are arrows of dragon slaying. By the way,
Ah,
fitting.
You also
Indeed.
realise that 3 of the knights on the other side are also undead. Not the mounted ones, the infantry.
Oh, and some more of that necromantic juice on some of those infantry. Ugh.
It's the new energy drink.
Can we wipe,
Necromantic
can we wipe it
juice.
off?
Necrotas.
Baron, do you have the ability to make it so that we aren't seen where we're walking?
Yes. Yes.
I thought perhaps if we use that, and then if anyone has a silence or anything like that, would be helpful.
Well,
I
I can cast silence if need be.
I can make myself invisible if I need to.
I will
That's
pass cast. I'll pass cast pass without a trace.
Alright. So everyone gets a plus 10.
Yeah, very nice.
Alright, can you give me an investigation with advantage because you already know there is a secret door somewhere in this wall?
absolutely. I'm good at investigating.
No,
Well,
natural.
I think that's gonna do it.
And so that will
get the
roll as
advantage.
well.
I'm not even gonna roll. I just
Yeah, I mean, advantage would give you what, the same roll again? So, like,
yes,
minus...
yeah.
Oh yeah. I think two of us got that 20. It's
Holy
almost
crap.
a Gilcrata.
Hey, we're wasting the good rolls. Save them.
Yeah, the thing
We
is,
found
I
it.
know, right?
the first time Baron couldn't even find where the floor was. Then he got better. All
Oh,
right.
why did I take advantage of that? Anyway.
So you easily find, now that you know it's there, the secret door, which opens into a little room with 3 doors of its own.
Great. Any markings on the doors?
No, just plain doors. You do all have trouble fitting into this area together, though. It is a tight
And it's
squeeze.
squishy. Oh
It's
yeah, we
quite,
need to
Wait.
do stealth.
Let's
cramped
go
in
to the
there.
left. Do we hear anything?
Someone pick a door.
Alright, so the door to the left, okay, you do hear sound of something chewing something. Like food, maybe.
That would be the guy. I'll whisper. That's the guy that was in this room on his lunch break.
Could be.
Perhaps not that door, yes. Do I see
And
anything magical in this tiny space?
No. Also, you know, it's not the guy from the thing because when you walked in, you saw him in the other room there conversing with his mate.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
oh, okay.
Maybe it's the curator eating his lunch in his private quarters.
Could
Would
be.
be eating in his private quarters, that's true.
Should we listen to the other 2 doors real quick just to see?
Just
Yeah,
open
we'll
them all
try
at once, because that's never a bad idea.
Right?
Oh dear.
Only 1 out of 3 has something in it.
Before Baron goes into the room, he's gonna try and snitch the arrows.
Alright.
Ah, yes. The arrows of sling.
Alright, you may need Zormus's help with that because it is a lock on it, and I'm assuming you don't have a
Oh yeah.
thieves' tools.
I
Zormos.
did tell Zormos. I did
No,
tell Zormos about them
All right.
earlier.
Zormos, come and see what he can do,
All
or
right,
what she can do, rather.
sleight of hand. Zormos can choose for Zormos itself.
Yeah.
I wasn't really going male or female with that one. I was just going. That was the token I had. So that
It's all right.
you definitely get that lock very easily and open it up and.
That's definitely one big difference between this and Crown of the Oathbreakers, in that holy smokes, every skill check you have to do is like impossible.
Really?
Yeah, the little treasure animation. Nice.
That's funny. Cool.
And I will grant that in a little. Actually, no, just select that. Who did I grant that to then? Because it just gave me grant. I should have put it in the party thing. Let's try that again.
Party parcel.
It should be in shared treasure. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's in shared treasure there. Somebody can take those arrows of slaying if they like. There you go.
Baron got it.
All right. So you've locked it back up. Zormos, I believe you have a bow.
Zormos does not have a bow.
I thought somebody added a bow for you last game.
I have a longbow, which is odd for a. But I also have a pretty good death, especially my highest skill, which is odd for a sorcerer, but okay. And I am an elf.
That's
I could put it back
That
in
would be why.
shared chart.
That would be why.
all right. We'll say you put some arrows back in there, and they look close enough that nobody's probably gonna notice them. So that's fine. It was more you were going to put arrows back in, and Baron only has
Right.
crossbow bolts, which might be a bit obvious, but
Right. I
Yeah.
didn't think about it. I have arrows of my own, so I could certainly contribute to the cause.
yeah.
Mhm.
So you throw those in there, and they're close enough. Give them a bit of a rough up so they look older. And now we've got 3 doors to pick from.
Could I try and discern which one might be the correct one? I don't know how I would do
You
this,
could
but
try.
let's do a roll about it, I suppose.
I don't think there's any roll really necessary. You've got 3 doors. All 3 doors look like they've been used a lot, and they're all
Hmm.
made of the same material. There is no way to discern any difference between any of those doors. There's no plaques on the doors. There's no defining features on the doors. They are just doors.
Hmm. Oh, which one was it that had the uh chewing sound?
The one to your left.
Shoes on the left. Yeah.
Okay, the top
Okay.
one. Oh, the one to the left. Okay.
Left, left.
I'm gonna go to the one on the right and see if I hear anyone behind that door.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
You hear nothing. Not a thing.
Have you tried this one? Wait. We're trying to find the curator, right? Or
Yep. But you don't hear anything in the right door.
what about the top one?
You do not hear anything there either.
All right. Well, we only heard something from behind this one. So,
I say we're looking for the curator. Why don't we just go in and look for the curator?
indeed, let's try this one.
All
So I'm
right.
gonna try to open this door.
It is not locked, so you open the door,
Oh,
and then
messy cafeteria.
Yeah.
you
Oh.
see this guy. So the quarters are divided into 2 cramped and poorly maintained rooms. The large room serves as a makeshift kitchen with a small iron stove that emits a faint smell of burnt food. A single dining table with one worn chair sits in the center, cluttered with unwashed dishes and leftover scraps. A large old wardrobe stands against one wall, its doors slightly ajar, revealing rumpled clothes hanging and thrown haphazardly inside. A small area which you can also see. Sorry, it's here.
Okay, we can see into there. Okay.
Is a bedroom with a single unkempt dirty bed. The sheets are rumpled and stained and the pillow is flattened from use. Next to the bed is a dusty wooden cabinet with a few personal items scattered on top. As you enter the room, you find a blue dragonborn.
Uh.
Lounging
Relative
at,
to yours, attached?
lounging at the table, gnawing on a piece of dry bread. His reptilian pupils narrow at you and he rises slowly to his feet as crumbs fall from his clothes. As soon as he stands up, he says, "You take one more step and I'll throw you where you stand."
Well, that's Nope. Just here to talk.
Don't care. Get out. You're not meant to be in this part of the museum. This is not for looky-loos.
Well, you see, my companions and I have a very, let's say, vested interest in getting your attention.
Did we ever get it?
We have
I'm sorry.
some information that you would very much like.
Did we ever get a description of the curator? I don't even know what race he is.
You know that he's human.
Okay.
Okay.
Nope. Okay,
So
we
this
do
is
know
not
he's
him. Got
human. So this is not the curator.
No. In fact,
Okay.
if you look closer, can you give me a perception check, please?
This one relies on sight.
Yes.
Okay, advantage. Because of my robes. Oh,
So you
18.
realise this guy's in a janitor's uniform, and there's a bucket and mop behind him. This guy looks like he might be the janitor.
Oh, well, we are here to talk to the curator, and we have information that he would be very interested in. Should we have the privilege of talking to him?
He raises his hand. He says, "You're not listening. I said, get out. I don't care what information you got for who. You're in my area. You're not meant to be in this area. So leave now." How do you even get in here? You come through the storage room.
The curator
What's
invited
my
us, of
name?
course. We're coming on our appointment.
Give me
Do
a
copper pieces change your mind?
no, they will not. Give me a persuasion check for the. No, sorry, give me a deception check for the. Nah, he's not buying it. You are not here for a meeting. I would know. I said, get out, and he's looking angry now. This guy is not happy.
Well,
Not
guess
much
I'll
room
just
for fighting.
try the other door.
Close the door. Close it. Close it up again.
Oh, close the door. Let's try the other door.
He opens the door, and he's
Shit.
watching you.
Sorry.
And he realizes when he does that you've come through the secret door that you shouldn't know about. And roll initiative.
Oh God. Okay. Good. Where's my initiative?
Ooh.
Oh God. No, that checked out.
Those are some terrible initiative rolls.
Of course.
We got one with 2 digits.
Yeah, we got 2. Niru can.
Two.
Baron
Yeah,
did
okay,
alright.
there we are. Yeah.
Alright.
Baron did all right.
I don't think my
Naruk?
modifier got calculated in there.
Oh, Niru rolled a nat 20.
Yeah, the only time I roll good, which is what I needed to do.
Alright, Naruk, you're standing right in front of this Dragonborn, and he is pissed and still dribbling crumbs everywhere.
Oh, I don't like to just smash people, but all right. Flame tongue sword.
Uh,
22 hit.
Yeah, 22 will hit. Alright,
So that'll be.
deal your damage. Alright, so that's a nice first hit.
Wow.
Oh God.
Damn.
Do we really have to kill a janitor right off? Okay.
Well, I mean, and
You don't
then
need to kill him.
I can make 2 attacks, so I'm gonna do that and like rethink your options. Leave us alone.
Yeah, he's not buying that either. He's injured. He's pretty injured,
Sorry.
but he's definitely not dead yet. He's still up and about, so he ain't buying what you're selling.
All right.
So, any bonus actions or anything? Or did you use your bonus action to flame tongue?
No, I should. The flame tongue shouldn't be a bonus action. That's just part of the action,
that's
right?
the great sword. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else.
So we will just take my one additional action, my action surge, and then do it again. For 25 to hit.
That definitely hits.
And 24 damage.
So, how do you kill him?
So it just basically cleaves him from the shoulder down to the waist. Right through him, and it's it sears everything in between. So you hear this crackling skin and fat as the blade just slices through him like butter.
Lovely. As you strike the final blow, he just goes, "Mummy," and dies.
I turn to the group and I say, I gave him a chance.
You did. I heard you give him the option
Oh,
to
we all did,
rethink.
Buster.
Anyway, next door.
I just sigh as I and mentally put away the 3 non-lethal spells I was fusing from. Oh, okay.
Well, you're up next in order, so you know.
Naruk don't do non-lethal.
No.
I know. No, I picked up on that.
So you just leave the door open with the dead body just lying in it and go to the other door?
No.
Naruk will shove it underneath the table that's sitting in the middle and kind of cover it up.
Just kick
Placing
the
the
body
chair.
under
Well,
there.
Yeah.
go lay him in his bed.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's a better idea. Dang it. I'm glad you're here. So I go put him in bed and I cover him up.
They're gonna have like the horse's head in the Godfather thing when they pull the sheets back.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I quickly write a note in comment that says, "Sleeping, don't wake up."
While
Yeah,
he's
and I'll use precipitation. Prestidigitation to clean up the mess of blood and gore.
and since they're doing that, I'll take a brief moment to search this room to see if there's anything with it that he's not going to need anymore. Clearly.
Alright, so when you go into the wooden cabinet, you do indeed find something.
Ah,
Oh my god. Does my detect magic still up by chance?
You find 55 gold pieces and a potion. If you can give me an arcana.
okay. And I have this researcher thing too, for what it's worth, for my character that just says basically scientific analysis. I have an innate ability to just get information from observation by looking at it. But
Alright,
anyway,
well, we'll give you this. This
I will
is
give you.
a fairly common one. So you're the researcher. You would have seen a potion of gravity
Oh.
before. You've seen one of those before.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
So that's gone into the shared treasure.
Yes.
Feel free to just yoink that for yourself if you want, because nobody else can see it.
Oh, is my detect magic still up?
It's 10 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes concentration.
Yeah, we'll say.
Just because.
Sorry, you go.
Just because I know I'm fluffy, I'm going to take the potion for myself, but I'll put the gold in the share. I'll just go, hey, look, found some gold, and give it to them for shared treasure.
Cool.
Sure.
I said only because I have the least amount of hit points, I think, of the group.
There you go. Each person gets 9.
Just about.
Yeah.
Each person gets what?
9 gold.
9 gold. Okay.
And who's stealing? Because I'm still getting the voices in my head. So like, who's taking the potion?
Oh, well, since I found it and I have like about almost the least amount of hit points, just I'm gonna take the potion, and since I know what it is, healing. I'm probably gonna need that.
Which character though?
Sorry,
That would be Gilprana. Gilprana.
Alright. Sorry, I'm still just names to.
Yep, I understand.
That's alright. So you've just yoinked that and then just gone, everyone here, have some gold, have fun, thanks. And hidden the body in the bedroom. Unfortunately for you, when they come in to check, they're going to realise something's wrong straight away, because you cast prestidigitation in a room that already looked like somebody had been killed in it, and now it's a lot cleaner than it was.
Oh.
I didn't say he was a
Can
good
I-
janitor.
Okay, but could I have used prestidigitation to make it look like it was before we murdered it?
See, this is way more fun. So they'll realise something's wrong. So I'm just gonna go with it.
Okay, yeah.
There's just something wrong in general.
I have a
when you
plus 1
realize
to my intelligence, so you know what, that checks out.
Sorry,
There's
being the DM has to have some perks.
absolutely. there's a door in here as well. We don't know where it goes.
Well, you can
In the
open it up.
janitor's.
Yep.
We have lots of doors to open.
I know.
Oh, that goes
Sure.
outside.
Oh,
Yep, that just looks outside.
Oh,
And you see a set of stairs going to another door that goes inside. Just there, above you.
I wanna
is there?
open the
Does this janitor's door, does it lock? I assume if it goes outside, it does.
It does lock. Yes.
And is there a key for it, and that he on his person?
You could go and have a look
Yes.
through his corpse,
loot his
his
corpse.
dismembered corpse, and you do find a key for the back door.
Yay. So now we have a way to sneak back into the building at night if we need to.
Excellent.
Because they're not going to be on high alert when they find the dismembered dead body sitting in the room here.
No, there's that.
Missing its keys too. I imagine locksmiths exist.
I suspect.
Shall we open the door over here?
Which one do you want to open next?
The one where
This one.
Zormos
The
is.
top one? Alright.
Yeah, top one.
It's a storage room.
Awesome.
With a ladder going up?
Oh, just do a top shelf.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like
like
one of those sliding laddery deals.
Anything of interest in here?
Not really, just
Can I
maintenance equipment.
use?
Zormos will open up the other door.
Move out then.
Zormos is just like, yeah, you guys look in there, and I'm going to open up the other door, and
And
well, if you're looking on thingy, don't look on thingy right now. Find this guy sitting behind his desk, who, from your description, you guess to probably be Chudos Frago, as this is his office. The office is dominated by a broad, antique wooden desk cluttered with papers, quills, and colourful ink pots. Stacked bookcases line the walls, filled with volumes of history and literature.
I love this room.
This is very nice.
Again, I know they look the same there, but
Zormos
all
steps
these.
into the room.
Sorry, you go. You step into the room. All right.
Hello, I think we've been looking for you.
Who the bloody hell are you?
I'm Zormos. Of course. Who else would I be? I'm the well-known Zormos, storyteller extraordinaire. Everybody knows who Zormos is.
I think only in your mind everybody knows who Zormos is. I have no bloody idea who you are. Now get out of my office.
We are looking to find out some information that you're the only one who can tell us about the answer about these missing children.
Missing children? What are you blathering on about? I'm a museum curator.
And we have it on good word that you might know something about some missing children.
I have it on good authority that you're about to be in a lot of trouble if you don't leave right now.
Are you gonna call your janitor?
Sorry, what was that?
Wow.
Are you gonna call your janitor for help?
Rough.
Wow. That's just wrong.
I was. What's happened? What have you done to him?
Nothing.
Just say
Nothing. He's fine.
He calls out Zarnash, my good friend, my buddy of many years. We've known each other since childhood. Where are you?
he's taking a nap.
Oh my god! Vulcan in
I'm
the other
going-
room hearing this is just gonna face palm.
I'm trying. I'm going to do what I should have done earlier on, but I couldn't. I didn't get it out fast enough. I'm going to cast Charm Person.
That's the boy. That's the way to do it.
All right, give me a charm person.
Okay, just a moment. I'm pulling up the spell.
All right, just
Okay.
before you do, this is going to count as a surprise. So I need him up. Where are you, Chudos? There.
He has to make a wisdom save, which he may make.
Oh, he made it. 23. I think
We've seen the
Nice.
glow in
Yeah.
your exhibits. The Triceratops, the Minotaur. We've found the forged sheath, the hidden letter, all of these things. We know that this is not restoration work, Trugos. It's a cover-up.
he suddenly looks at you as you know nothing. Who do you think you're dealing with here?
We're dealing with someone who's likely a necromancer and who's trying to take children's lives. And we're not going to stop it.
We did find your minions. We know which ones are animated.
You think we came in here without backing? Someone's waiting outside for our report. Now, you can walk away from this clean if you're willing to talk now.
Yes, I don't know who you think you are. I don't know what you think you know. But I suggest you leave, or I'll be calling the Highland Rangers to come and deal with you, arrest you, and send you to prison for the remainder of your short, painful lives.
We walked past your necromancer and your little dragony friend. You think that we're worried about anything you have to do?
Alright, you've given me no choice. And he raises up his hand, and on one of his fingers you see this ring that looks like entwined skulls. Whispers a word into the ring, and throughout the museum you hear the sound of movement as all of the undead that you noticed come to life to defend their master.
Well, good thing
Well,
there's
they
a
got to
fast
hit the game.
back.
And with that, I'll get everyone to re-roll their initiative. How do I clear these actually? Can I clear these out? I need to finish the last one. I think you can just re-roll
Yeah,
over the
yeah.
You can just re-roll over the top.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Well, I rolled better.
There you go.
It's still only one digit.
Well, that's unfortunate for you guys.
Rest in pieces.
Chudos is going first. He ain't taking your shit.
So it would seem. We'll be alright.
Guys, can you jump out? Sorry, I've just got to decide what to do. Alright, he's going to start by casting Spiritual Weapon. On Narook. Which I think that will miss.
Child.
Was it one of my children coming into view? Because
No, my cat jumped up on my chair.
all right. So there is now a floating mace in the air near you. I will add.
Oh, let go, let go. Ow, ow.
There, but it swings at you and misses. And that's his action. And as a bonus action, he's going to use his ability called Cloak of Light. So you see this cloak of woven light appear around him. And for the next minute, attacks against him have disadvantage. And that will be the end of his turn. And then skeletal Draelish Knight number 1, who's going to appear down here, has a movement of 30 feet. He's going to start walking towards his master.
Oh, fun.
Oh, there's more. They're still coming.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
We should have
like
wiped
what?
off the juice.
You should have wiped off the juice, and I
Yep.
actually need to retcon one thing because I made a mistake. You would have seen necromantic magic in the number 3 room as well.
Oh.
I forgot about them. My apologies.
Of course. As we should have wiped off the juice.
You should have.
I should have wiped it off.
Adventuring is learning. We've learned new things.
I figured the dwarves were going to be a problem too.
Yeah, I don't know why I forgot they were there. And that brings us down to Naruk.
Naruk? So can I move through this mace over to attack this creature?
It's a spiritual weapon,
So this doesn't follow me?
so it'll stay with you, but it's already attacked this turn.
Alright. Well, we're not talking this time. We're just great swording.
Remember, with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oof. Don't suppose the 12 hits?
Do you know what? A 12 does actually hit.
Nice!
Ah.
Guy
It was
does not
12
have-
on both, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you do hit with your greatsword.
Alright.
Remembering though, you can't use your action surge twice.
Right.
So
Right. So that
Already
is 20.
So I'm just making sure he didn't have anything into the way of. Takes a big lick of damage. He's like, oh, big gash across his chest where you've hit him and sizzling skin. But he's still.
And I make 2 attacks anyway, so
Ah. Yes, you're level 5. So.
yeah. 27,
Nine.
and then another one at disadvantage. 29. 27, I suppose, hits.
Yes.
Big numbers. Alright, 24 damage.
Oh. Okay, so he's still alive, but he doesn't
alright.
look well.
He's tenderized.
I'm glad Naruk's on our side.
Now, I would just like to mention
Yeah, for
here
real.
that you guys need to remember something, that your job is to question this guy.
Oh, well,
Mhm.
Yes.
okay. Naruk didn't understand that.
It's just like, kill.
Velkin will just be like, wait, let's not murder him. We have to bring him in for questioning.
I can speak with the dead. It's okay.
Oh.
Nope.
Hey,
Nope.
Zeke,
Nope.
Naruk
whatever
likes
works
that
for you.
answer.
We can knock him out, tie him up.
I found out in another campaign,
Take him
apparently
as a
you can't
prisoner.
kill somebody and then speak with dead, ask them the questions, resurrect them, kill them again,
Yep.
speak with dead. You can't do that, apparently. That's not okay. You're like, come on. It's really costly, but you could ask a lot of questions. Alright, so Naruk, that's your go.
Yeah.
Zarnash is dead, so I don't need anything from him. Zormos.
Zormos is going to cast a thaumaturgy spell and slam shut the secret entrance into this area.
Ha! Very smart. Of
Who's
course,
smart?
just as you do that, you hear the earth-shattering screams of all the commoners in this place as all these skeletons come to life and start walking around.
Oh,
Oh god.
I'll bet that little boy's not bored now.
And I'd like to just mention that these skeletons, you know enough about undead to know that they're probably not going to be particularly selective in who they kill.
Right. After having cast the spell, I'm going to do my movement and head next to the mage or wherever he is.
Yep, that's you. Alright, the Minotaur skeleton.
Soften him up so you can cast sleep on him.
Alright, so you hear some footsteps from a long way away, but you don't know who they belong to. How Gilkana, it is your go.
Okay. I am. Sorry, just reading through spell descriptions of things. Why not? We'll try to. I'm going to cast fear on him and see if I can't get him. If I can frighten him, maybe he'll change his tune.
Alright.
But again, it's a wisdom save on his part.
Yes,
There you go. He's
oh.
he is afraid. So
And then I'll follow that with call off your minions or suffer a fate worse than death.
Okay, come on.
he's gonna be like,
Let's
I
get out of
would, I
there.
would, but I've already called them, and it doesn't work like that. They're on their way. I can't stop them.
Well, I guess we'll just have to murder them. Well, re-murder them. They're undead, so they're already dead.
I wonder how that would work in a murder case. Well, they were already dead, so it wasn't really murder. I'd murdered them,
Yeah,
like
just
killed
re-murder
them.
them.
I don't know how much I can do in my act, but I would also then tell us what you know about this cult and missing children.
All right, let me see.
But meanwhile, we've got, I know, things happening.
It's like it's just gonna blurt out. Look, okay, fine. I'm the contact for the Night Seekers. I'm like, yes, I work for the Order of Eternal Light, and yes, I ordered the kidnappings.
That was easy.
Well, he's feared. He's like terrified of Gilkana right now. So I'm just giving you that one. You pass that intimidation check. But I'd say that is the end of your go. And now Astash, it is your go. Sorry, you were saying?
Nope, I'm good.
All right.
Well then, if those undead break down the door, perhaps I can turn them. What does everybody think?
I think that would be a good course of action. Though I do worry for the commoners that are about the museum.
They should run.
I mean, we did hear them scream, so I imagine they are running. Yes.
Yes, they should. They should run. If they are smart, they should run.
The commoners plus the workers, in the rooms where these guys just came alive.
They should all run.
The bored child, of course, and we're trying to, find children.
Yeah, the board's
Oh, he ain't bored anymore, is he?
He's having a good old time.
Yeah.
Suddenly isn't bored anymore.
Stash will move into.
All right.
And
Astash, we believe in you.
You're gonna take the.
Yeah.
You're gonna set an action to try and turn undead if something opens the door.
yeah, pretty much, and
All
give
right.
assistance to Baron.
All right. Well, that brings us to Baron. You've just seen this door. You've seen these skeletons start walking up there. Two that you could definitely see from your angle. Then you've just seen the door slam shut, and I don't think it's almost really went. Oh, by the way, I'm doing this, so you don't really know how the door slammed shut, but it did.
Right.
The secret door slammed shut.
Yeah.
Is there any way to open it?
Yeah, you can just open it. Like
Okay, I
literally
wasn't.
push it open, but it will take an action. Like it's opening the secret door.
Yeah. Yeah, it's.
Barricade the door.
Yeah.
Or you could ready an action for when something comes through the door.
Now, can you just? All right. So what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna ready my or no. If, I don't have a melee weapon.
No, excuse me.
Oh, I thought you did.
I thought you did too. I must have forgotten to put that on there. Feel free to add one, like what you normally have, like a, hand axe or like something like that. You'd have something. You're not walking in there
Okay.
without it.
All right, just a second then. I'm gonna have a battle axe then.
Yeah.
I will then.
My apologies.
It's all good. I will ready an action to attack the first undead that walks through the door.
All right.
Because he is not they're his favorite enemy, so he's kind of looking forward to it.
All right. Move down to Velkin. It's your go now.
All right.
You would be able to fit into that. Like you'd be able to slide past Baron if you wanted to get there, or you know, anywhere in this room.
Right. I'm going to um yeah, I think I'm gonna step in here and ready an Eldritch Blast, I guess, for the first undead I see come through that door.
Oh, I missed that. This guy has advantage
Oh,
on frightened saving throws, but I missed that. So we're keep saying you failed.
oh, yes.
All right. Yep. Thank you. Sorry, my son just asking if I want more coffee. Of course I do. All right. So you've ready to action to cast Eldritch Blast.
Yeah.
So the readied actions are going to go in order from Astash, Baron, Falcon, if the door opens. Just.
I'll do that.
And next we have the young Triceratops skeleton, which you hear a earth-shattering scream, which ends in a gurgling sound, as you imagine poor old Tolvio just got shredded by this thing.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Because of the doorway, I'm going to put it there. There you go. It moves pretty far. It's not a short move of the skeleton. And we're back at the top of the round. It's back to Chudos's go. As the start of the round comes, you hear more screaming. Some of it's cutting off with gurgling sounds as either staff members or patrons weren't quick enough to get out of the way. These things are on a bit of a
Oh
rampage.
dear.
Now, while this guy is frightened, he can still take actions and stuff. He just can't go nearer to Gilkana. He can't double check that.
Which is why I'm standing between him and the doorway, or at least one of the doorways.
Oh yeah, there is a door right there, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, I'm also going to need wisdom saves. I should have read this before. Never been a big fan of fear as a spell, personally. Just my sort of thing. I'm going to need wisdom saves from Zormos and Naruk.
Now,
Oh,
Zornos went over there after the spell was cast, right?
Sorry.
I guess I
Zornos
thought.
went over after the spell was cast.
Oh, yes, so Zormos didn't move here until after. So Naruk, I'm going to need a save from you.
Sure.
Because
If I didn't realize it was the.
It's a
Hang on
30
a
foot.
moment.
It's a 30-foot cone. Each creature in a 30-foot cone.
In which case, well, fortunately, he's good.
Yep. So you cast it. You were like, ha! Oh, wait a minute. That was a.
Oops. And I have the careful spell mana magic. I just didn't realize it was a cone. Oops.
Yeah.
I'm not used to that spell either.
We can just say you did.
No, I know.
All right. So he's going to use the disengage action to disengage and run for this door, and then run through this door and get out of your line of sight. Thank you. It's a very nice cat. Just go, mate. And because he's ended his turn out of sight of you, he gets to make the save again.
Yes.
And this time he has advantage on it because he has advantage on these saves. And so he is no longer frightened of you.
But he already gave us information some of the information that we needed.
Yes, but he's still there and he's still controlling all the undead, and he might still
Yep.
be a problem.
Can I kill him?
Well, he gave us the information we needed, I suppose.
He gave us some information.
Well, he gave us some information.
If I can't kill him, that's fine. I just need to know.
So, Skeletal Dralish Knight #1 comes up and starts bashing on the door.
Pushing.
So I don't know.
Bashing.
I don't. Bash down the door. Great. But Valkyrie is gonna say, I also don't know what killing him will do about the undead.
The door holds, but you hear bashing against it, and it starts to. You can hear chips flying off the outside of the door.
Baron, hold your door.
Hold the door!
Hold the door!
Hold the door!
Oh no!
Yes, the three-eyed raven comes and you start fishing on the ground.
Hold door!
Should we go after
that season?
Okay.
It was
That was
very
rough.
Yeah.
I didn't think the Dothraki, they all died in one episode, and then the next episode they're all back. I was like, how did that happen?
Yeah. Some necromantic shit. I don't know.
Yeah, they were juicing
go
everywhere.
Yeah,
Getting that necro juice everywhere.
Yep, I got to wipe it off.
Are we going after this guy?
Whose turn is it?
It's just the skeletons are going right now.
Okay,
Bashing
okay.
on the door from the
Okay.
outside. So this door is crumbling. It's not quite to bits, but it's not looking good either. They've done some fairly solid smacks on the outside of this door.
Well, the door's not gonna hold up much longer.
And now, Naruk, it's your turn.
Naruk is going to go through this door and grapple.
Alright, so contested.
My athletics versus your athletics or acrobatics.
As neither.
My athletics is plus 10.
How do I do a? I can do a
2015.
save there. How do I do a dex check on this sheet? I don't think I've ever had to do one before.
I believe you could just click on Dex.
If your character has a dex, you should be able to have it just beneath the score.
That's a save.
That's a save.
And then underneath dex itself, it doesn't have like his dex score and then a +2 or anything.
Yeah, that's the like if I click the dex score underneath, I get a dex save, not a dex.
Probably the same value, unless he's got something else that's buffing it up.
Yeah, well we'll say that's it. So 13. So you managed to grapple him. He's grappled.
You'll not get away from us. Did we say that he activated the things with a ring?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He had a ring on his finger that he
Okay,
used to activate them.
while I've got him grappled, I'm going to try and yoink the ring off. But that can be next turn if you would need it to be.
Yeah, we'll go next turn. That's probably
Okay.
enough. You're struggling with him, and he's struggling with you right now. So when it comes to your next turn, we'll do that. Zormos, it is your turn. Zormos teleports through the wall.
What? I went around. Sorry, I didn't have my speech to talk on. Or talk to my press button thing. Anyway, I went 5, 10, 15, 20. You're one of those guys. Got it. All right. Zormos is going to attempt to chop a finger off.
Oh.
Ooh,
Alright,
boy.
I am going to give you here. If you roll a 1, it's going to be Naruk's finger you chop off instead.
The what finger?
Naruk's.
My finger.
Oh, that's
Because
not good. Okay.
you're grappling the guy. You roll a 1, you might hit Naruk instead.
Got it.
Do not roll a 1. Although it would make a good story.
One.
It would
My sacrificial dagger.
Oh.
However, you do miss. You whiff the shot. You're so worried about hitting Naruk because it's got in your head now. What if I hit him that you just like slice the air instead?
I don't get advantage because he's prone.
He's grappled, but
so let's see.
It's hard because he is grappled, but you're also he's hugged by Naruk right now, so.
Oh, good. Onward ho. That's my action.
Gotta make this a bit fun.
Mm-hmm.
Minotaur skeleton. You hear a yell from down there that somehow carries all the way up to you guys, going, "Oh, Mum, this is awesome!"
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Gilcrana, it is your go. You with us, Gilcrana?
Sorry. Sorry, I didn't recognize my own name. Huh?
That's alright.
It's been a day. So I'm going to enter the room, assuming that that my movement will allow me to go through this door to get to here.
You'll get there.
Okay. All right. I think I'm going to Ray of Frost this guy that's being grappled. I think I can strike him through the grapple going on. Yes?
Yeah, spell's a little bit different than just swinging a dagger
Mhm.
randomly at them.
That's my hope, at least. That's a pretty good tap.
Nice.
You definitely hit him.
And I made him a little colder.
And since you did the more than one damage that he had left, the one hit point that he had left,
Oh.
I didn't do it.
and because you can't
Right.
you can't
Sorry.
not kill somebody with a spell. He did. Um,
Yep, understood.
so now we have the problem that yes, he is dead, and yes, the ring that was controlling the undead is no longer being controlled by the guy who controlled it. But your problem is that none of these undead are now controlled by anybody.
Well, somebody needs to
Yep.
get that ring.
Oh boy.
That's what I meant to do, darn it. I was going to come in and see if I could just grab the ring off in time. I forgot that. Oh, well.
That's alright, you've come in and gone, pew! And now there's raging undead just raging around.
Yay!
Any bonus actions?
I don't have any bonus actions to take, unfortunately.
Estash?
Keep uh, keep myself ready to turn undead at any moment.
Yep. Alright, Baron Golok, you're going to do the same, keep your axe at the ready.
Yeah. Just continue to wait for him to come through.
This door is looking pretty... It's not going to take a lot more, and this thing's going to crumble. I might even need
Yeah.
when it crumbles, you might even need a dex check, because this is a stone door that's about to be knocked down on top of you.
Is there room to
You could
kind
just
of...
about fit behind those guys if you wanted. I'll allow you to, if you want to like take a step back to not have the door land on top of you as your movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll say that's one.
Velkin will make room. Just kind of squish into the corner as he keeps his Eldritch Blast at the ready.
We'll say there's enough room for you guys to do that. You're very, very, very close at the moment. Like you're good friends. The young Triceratops skeleton, I'm going to roll a d20 and odd and even it. He can smell you guys. So he comes barreling through and doesn't give a shit about the undead that are in front of him because they're not actually friends.
Aren't they herbivores?
They were in life.
The Triceratops was not friend with the Iron Revenant skeleton in life. Wrong bloody...
It's like the rhinoceros in Jumanji just comes in and...
Just fucking barreling through the wall.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
He instantly, you can't see this, but one of the Iron Revenant skeletons instantly disintegrates as the Triceratops skeleton just comes and rams into him and throws him into the air, breaking his bones apart.
Oh my god.
So he's actually helping you out.
Yeah, checks out. Though he is undead, he probably will revive. I don't know. We'll find out.
We're back at the top of the round. Chudos is dying. I'm actually going to roll death saves for this guy because you might want to try and revive him at the end. He fails his first save. And then it's Skeletal Draelish Knight who is going to take another swing at the door. And somehow miss the wall.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Of course.
of course. The second one also misses the wall. I'm saying they're a bit worried about this Triceratops skeleton's behind them.
Yeah, it's making up a sweat. They're sweating necro juice.
The last
Yep.
one, however, is like, oh no, we got to get through this wall because of the guy behind me. And that is just enough. That is the total damage that wall could take. It crumbles inwards as the third one knocks it down. So you guys can take your readied actions.
Turn undead.
Start with Estesh.
Yep. So I guess they all have to make within 30 feet.
Wisdom.
Yeah, wisdom
14.
DC 14. Yeah.
What's your CR up to for that?
Let's see if I read this right. If it's if it's going to get outright destroyed, it's CR 1/2 or lower. Fails the saving throw.
CR1. Sorry, you went a bit. You went foggy there at the end.
CR 1/2. That's what's written here.
Oh, CR1 half or below, and they're destroyed if they fail the save.
Yeah.
Well, you might be very lucky here. So that guy's dead.
Again.
He dead. That guy's dead. You guys might not have anything to do now, because he's just done the whole job for you. Funnily enough, skeletons, not a lot of wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
Dead.
Truly shocking.
Dead.
They're all dead.
And you just killed the Triceratops skeleton too.
What?
It was only CR.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Wow.
This is a level 4-5 dungeon, so you know.
Yeah.
All right, so you just call upon your god. Actually, you know what? How does this look? What does this look like when you do this?
Stash is I don't know if there's like specific deities in this setting or not. Um
They're not named in the way that they are, but you would be probably light. What's that? Life probably you would follow. Like they're
Life,
named
okay.
for the thing that they cover, for the area they cover.
So you'll see like
Yeah, the gods are named after their domains, basically. Yeah.
okay. Um he'll say by the lights, give me the strength to put these undead back to rest again, as they rightfully should be. Turn.
With that, all of the skeletons in front of you just crumble into bones. The ground is now just littered with bones, and a lot of them, because that Triceratops was not small. Like there's
It's not real anyway. It's just ceramic.
Yeah.
that ceramic fake undead skeleton.
It was 3D printed.
Yeah.
So,
it's got wires throughout it. It's kind of keeping it together.
I mean, it does too. So yeah, there's a lot of wire on the ground too now.
Copper.
So that is your go, and then Baron and Velkin, you got really just nothing to do because they're all dead.
Barry
Oh,
kind of gives him
wait.
a.
Isn't there a Minotaur?
Oh yeah, no, he's still around somewhere, but I don't know if he's coming towards you or not now. That's the problem. But this is your ready to action, not your turn. So
Yeah.
It's
So I'm
Naruk's.
looking. I was like, I don't see the Minotaur. Hmm.
Naruk, it is your turn.
Naruk just kind of kicks the ice by his feet and kicks around until he finds the ring. Or she finds the ring, doesn't matter. And then I pick it up and I hand it to I hand it towards Zormos and Gilkrana and say, which one of you wants it? Because I don't.
Zormos will not take it. That's not good for storytelling, no.
I would be interested in it. If no one else wants it, I will take it.
I don't want it.
Alright. Let me find that in the treasure. Put it in the shared treasure for now. We'll say you're going to cast spells and look at it later and find out that it is a Ring of the Reanimator that allows you to cast the Animate Dead spell even on large creatures.
Nice.
Up to 12 small or medium skeletons or zombies at a time, and large creatures count as 3 medium creatures.
Maybe you can go use it on a dead janitor.
And then Naruk runs out to join the battle
Alright.
and sees dead skeletons. I'm like, what happened?
Cleric
A stash happened.
Yeah, I actually don't think I've ever seen Turn Undead work that well. Ever.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Zormos is going to see if this looks like a trap door of some sort. I'm going to see if that's what it is, and if so, trying to get it open.
Where are you?
Maybe children are beneath there.
I think that's a table, man.
At the what, sorry?
That's a table in front of you. That's a.
Oh, it's a table.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a table.
All right. Then, with that being the case, I'm not going to try and see if it's a trap door. I'm going to check out this door over here.
Alright.
Trapdoor that looks like a table.
Which opens onto what appears to be his bedroom.
All right. I'm going to ransack it, looking for anything of value.
Alright, we'll get to
TR
ransacking
100.
after we've finished the combat.
Yep.
Just best to do the grand larceny on our own time. And actually, no, I'm going to roll a d20 first again and see if this guy's coming for his or. Nah, he's not interested. He is interested, but he remembers seeing a woman and her kid, and he's going to go back and try and murder them.
Of course.
But you guys don't know that because how would you?
We're
Gilkrana, it's your go.
yeah.
You do know that there's a Minotaur skeleton that was necromantic, had been juiced all over, and that you haven't seen that yet. Or you wouldn't know that though, Gilkrana, because you are nowhere near that room.
Yeah. It's just Vulcan, Baron, and Ashtash. Astash. Observing these skeletons over here.
So what would you like to do, Gilkrana?
Oh, yeah, good question. Um, duh, 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 duh. I'm feeling bad about dead things wandering around the museum. I wonder if I can go out and help. But I do see there's another door right here.
Yep. So of course, you open that first, and you find, dun dun dun, a shrine to the Order of Eternal Light.
Of course. Okay. I knew they were bad people.
Does anybody that
Nothing
wants a
immediate.
shrine? Because shrines are all bad?
Well, no, but I mean, the guy that's worshiping somebody that's now suddenly, having undead run amok through his museum, that doesn't seem very nice. So,
Alright, do you do anything
getting
else?
in here immediately, I'm just opening the door and looking. If there's nothing to immediately grab or looks like a weapon or anything, then I'll just note this is a shrine
Let
and
me
no.
have a look at
That's
that room and see. So, actually, sorry, the door is locked. So you don't see anything.
oh, okay.
Sorry, that
Nope.
door's locked.
Note for Zormos. Yes, that looks like a
Nothing.
Zormos problem.
So you don't.
All right, then can I use the remaining part of my action to head towards the secret door and join the others out in the other room since I
Yep.
can't get out any other way?
Yep, definitely.
So I'm gonna head back that way.
Spiritual weapon is not there anymore. Alright. And who's next? Astash, it's your turn. Now, you would definitely know about this Minotaur skeleton. You haven't seen it.
Velkin's been
Yes.
Minotaur. It's around here somewhere. Shall we look for it?
Yes. We need to deal with it immediately.
Yes. I'll follow you.
So I move out 30, and I will double move. Oop, there we
Dashing
go.
headlong into danger. It's always the best idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Undead need undeading.
They need redeading.
Darren?
Yes, redeading.
Super deading.
Super deading. Yeah.
Cleanse them with the holy water of their necro juice.
Yeah. Yes.
Thankfully, none of these are
Alright.
flame skulls, because you definitely need the holy water to cleanse those guys.
Alright, well that's me, I'm done.
Yeah.
Or are they?
And
Oh.
Thinking about adding one just then, but I thought that'd be mean. And just walk into the room, fireball you all, and you'd all be dead. So
oh god.
Well, that would be the
Well,
one
we're
shot.
not level 1. We aren't, that high a level.
Yeah, one shot is not to imply what the DM gets to do to the party.
but flame skulls are amazingly not something just to sneer at. People are like, oh, they're pretty beefy. They can do some serious damage. Alright, Baron, have you chasing after a stash, or are you just like, Elusive?
He's gonna poke his head out over, looking around at the bones for a second, and then follow them in.
Oh, you're going back into that room, not after Astash. You've just seen Astash run out the door to go and find the Minotaur skeleton.
Yeah.
Oh
This
yeah.
direction.
Oh yeah.
Nah! Bugger that guy, he'll be fine, right? It's only one Minotaur skeleton. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
I have a mace of disruption. It'll be alright.
And then I'm definitely
That's as far as I could go since I'm a dwarf and only have 25 feet of movement.
Oh, I forgot you're a dwarf.
$15, and then dash
Dash.
right here by Astash.
poor dwarves just sitting there like, I'll catch up.
Yeah.
All right, that
You know,
brings us.
dwarfs.
Minotaur will probably be dead by the time he gets to it.
Dwarves. It's okay. Dwarves are great
Maybe.
sprinters.
They can sprint for a long time, just not fast. All right, Naruk, your turn.
Well, Nuruk is going to
Oh,
join the
excuse me.
party. Uh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. Running. That's it.
Naruk's come from nowhere. You've gone as far as you can, and it's already overtaken you.
What's that?
You just overtook Baron straight away. You're like in the next
Oh.
room, and you've just like vroom, straight past Baron.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Come on. All right,
Come on, Baron.
Zormos, you're busy trying to ransack rooms and stuff.
Well, no, I'm gonna head back out here. So 5, 10, 15, seeing nobody around, 20, 25, and I'm gonna open a door.
You get the handle, but it's locked.
Yep. I'm gonna
So
try and unlock it.
all right, you're gonna unlock the door. Give me a sleight of hand, and that will do it. You have successfully unlocked the door.
All right. That's me.
And you see a shrine to the Order of Light that somehow Gilkhan already knew about, but even though they couldn't open the door.
Okay.
Minotaur Skeleton's turn. You hear from the room down here, "For the love of all that's holy," and then cut off as the voice that you heard was the lady that took your coppers at the start, as she's split in two by the Minotaur Skeleton.
Oh,
Oh dear.
she worked for the wrong guy to begin with.
I would just
yeah.
like to point out, these guys were all just workers. Not one of them was a cultist.
We don't know that. That's metagaming.
Yeah, that's true.
That she had the poor, unfortunate fate of working for a necromancer, and not realizing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Literally,
Don't we
like
Killed in the
all
line
at
of
one
duty.
point or another?
literally like 90% of the people that worked on the Death Star, they just worked there.
Mm-hmm.
They had the poor, unfortunate fate of being captured by the Empire and forced into labor.
And then Luke
Yep.
Skywalker comes and blows them up. And woo!
Yeah, and then hailed as a hero.
Yep, they gave him a medal. They got a medal for that.
We need a lower decks. Star Wars.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of was the Family Guy Star Wars. Was pretty close. I just love that little
Yes,
scene where the
Yeah.
stormtroopers are there and they're going on about the rail. It's like they said we'd lean. That's why they wouldn't put a rail in. All right, where are you off to, Gilcrana?
I am going to try to get into where everybody else is. So I can get to, I guess. Movement is what? 25? What's that?
You're an elf. 30.
20? 30. So I could double move to make that 60. I'm so tempted just to be stupid and go the other and go the other way, but no. I'm not going to. I'll go into this room, which this would get me to from where I was. That's a movement, and then I could double move and I guess
Run past.
yeah, run past the rest of them. I think. Let's see.
You'd probably make it. You wouldn't make it
Right.
past him. You'd make it in between Baron and the door.
Yep, exactly. I make it to there.
Oh,
And
go,
the door
I'm
go,
in the
slam,
go
doorway.
up.
and the door slam shut and cut you in half. No, I'm joking. That didn't happen.
Yay!
Oh my god. Oh, if I wasn't
terrible.
high enough to protect you from the door.
I've
Oh
been
dear.
twin.
All right,
Stuff.
Estash. I'm assuming you're still running.
All right. Yeah, I'm only gonna move 30 feet this time, and then yeah, I'm gonna draw my Mace of Disruption out from wherever I had it, hanging on my belt or whatever.
Probably should have downgraded those weapons when I reduced the level of the characters, but we'll just roll with that.
Yeah, I was like, I'm looking at this thing, I'm like, holy crap! I'm like, holy crap! Really?
I'm having a great time with them. I mean, I think they're great.
Yeah.
So as soon as I
Yeah,
put this
yeah.
weapon, I hold this weapon. I shine bright light within like a 20-foot radius, and dim light for another 20.
So who's
And
wearing the cloak of eyes?
That would be me, Velkin.
And how was that bright light for how long?
I mean, it's
If it's cast on me, let me look at it
no,
again.
it's not a
Like
spell. It
1
just
minute of
sheds.
blinded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
that'd be hilarious. You pull your mace out and he's.
Oh yeah, you can see. Okay, you can see invisible creatures and objects as well as into the ethereal plane out to a range of 120. A light spell cast on the robe or a daylight spell cast within 5 feet of the robe causes you to be blinded for 1 minute.
Alright, you're
It's not a
alright then.
spell.
You're
Yeah, it
alright.
Yeah,
has
it's
to be
not a
cast
spell.
on the robe.
It's just when I hold the weapon, it shines. That's all. It's not a spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That would be pretty awful if you cast light on me or
Yeah, no, I
daylight
wouldn't.
while standing next to me.
No, I wouldn't do that.
They're like, oh no, no.
my Monday night group. I can guarantee you somebody would do that.
Yeah, like a vampire got inside, like, ah.
We had two of our characters in a room, and one of our characters in a room with undead surrounding him, and two of the other characters cast fireball straight into the room where that guy was standing. Just
Oh man,
Yeah, sounds about
um,
right.
to me,
Baron,
my friends.
Yep.
you're gonna you gonna take this everybody running past you?
Well, he's gonna try. You get ahead of everybody for the moment.
Yeah, go through the doorway. Yeah.
Like, so long, suckers! And then they're gonna come past you and be like, ah.
Yeah.
Velkin,
I am gonna store my battle axe and take out my crossbow though.
good choice.
Uh,
Here he goes. Just,
run ahead.
just straight past.
Dude,
Naruk,
they're like, oh god, watch where you're pointing that axe, or wherever, whatever staff, whatever weapon Ash Dash has.
it hurts my eye.
Too bright. It's my mini eyes.
That's my turn.
Alright, Zormos, your turn.
All right. Zormos is going to use cunning action and dash, and that ends up putting him, I've already figured it out, right there.
Ace of disruption. That's what it is.
Cool. Cool.
Now I'm done.
Alright.
Figured I had to pass the dwarf.
And we're at the Minotaur skeleton. And I'm going to roll another d20. Oop, this time it's coming back towards you. It heard somebody and it's coming back this way.
Of course.
Heard me yelling at Astash to stop pointing his mace at me. Your mace is bright! Too bright!
Okay, back up to Gil
I'm
Corona.
sorry. First time I've used this thing.
I am moving to there.
No, we're skipping
I'm
Naruk
just
for some
doing.
reason. Oh no, that's right.
Nope.
Sorry.
No.
No,
Yeah.
Nuruk went right before Zormos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we'd hit the top of the round again. And all right. And Astash. Sorry, I twice to that one.
Alright. And double move.
Your angle. Oh. Yep.
Alright, right there.
Oh.
And now you can see the Minotaur skeleton coming towards you,
Oh boy.
and it can see you too.
Yes.
But you dashed, so you can't do anything to him.
Yeah.
Baron.
Baron.
I see it. It is here.
Well, hopefully we caught it before it killed anybody.
You definitely
Aw.
didn't.
Definitely did not. I don't know that though.
It'll be fine.
Before it killed anybody important.
And I can tell you now that all of the people that has killed, which actually you're standing in the room right here where the Triceratops killed the guy. Like the guy's body is mashed against the floor here. Like you know that people have died.
Well, guess we weren't coming out of this without any casualties, huh? Poor janitor. It started with the janitor.
It's gonna look really weird too. There's gonna be like skeletons everywhere and dead people and everything like that. And then I'm gonna walk into that room and see the janitor cut in half in his bed and be like, "How does this series of events go together? Like this makes no sense."
And
That's
that
how
room is just so clean now. It's
Yeah.
like pristine.
That's how we found
Like
him.
the rest of
he committed suicide. He just cut himself in half with the sword.
A flaming
On
sword, not just
excited.
any sword. A flaming sword.
Yeah.
Which
the
none
next
of us
season,
have.
Which he
on
doesn't
the
have.
next season,
Yeah, which none of us have. Is
on the next
my
season of True
sheath.
Detective.
How did this happen? So Baron, are you moving forward? Or are you Elucius?
No, he's gonna park it like. Well, I'm gonna move forward a little bit, but I'm gonna park it like right there, and then
Good choice.
ready in action if he comes through the door.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Velkin?
Velkin is gonna run right up here. I can see him.
You can see him. Yep.
All right. I'm gonna throw a Eldritch Blast at him. I get 2 beams at level 5, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Where's the thing? Keep scrolling past it. I'm sure. There it is. Okay, it's the 117
17 will hit.
and a 23.
They both hit.
Dang.
Both hit. Okay, first is 6 damage, and 10 for a total of 16.
Yep, it's done some damage, some bones chipped, but it definitely has not slowed him down. Naruk, it is your turn.
I'm gonna run like I have 10 feet left, so I'm gonna kind of run over there this way.
Probably a good idea.
I don't want to be in direct line of that thing. All right.
20, 25, 30. You can just make it to in line with him if you want.
Oh, right there. That's where I'm going.
Right in melee.
Looks at you like, okay, let's do this then.
Oh boy.
That's a nat 1.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Womp, 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 womp.
Wah, wah, wah.
No fumble tables, so that would be much more fun, but we don't have any
Okay.
of those for this.
That's not a that's my first attack. Second attack is a 18.
That one hits.
Fire sword.
That's right, 2 hits.
21. 13 slashing and 8 fire.
Yep.
But
Alright, okay, I was just making sure it didn't have any resistances, but it doesn't.
okay.
So that's it. It's hit. It's looking pretty chipped, but it's still trucking. And it's its turn now. No, it's Zormus's turn now. Who's not going to make it all the way here anyway?
Zormos is going to do a dash and double move and all that stuff and gets to there. Oops, sorry, to there.
Ah, yes, rogues.
I slap Bren on the ass as I run by.
And the next session we're going to have is how Zormos is being done for sexual harassment for slapping Baron on the
No, oh no.
The HR manager comes in. It's like, no, it's not okay.
Yeah, retake the
You just have
training.
to prove.
Just finger wag.
You just have to ask if it was unwanted or not. Because if we all wanted it, it's fine.
There you go.
True. Consent is important.
Yes.
Alright. Oh. He whiffs it, because I'm assuming that Naruk's armor class is more than 10.
Yeah, little.
It's 20.
A little higher.
He misses. And doesn't have multi-attack for some reason. Gil Krana, it is your go.
How disappointing.
Okay,
I lied
I
and just given him that, but I was going to do that.
I'm trying to decide if I want to move in here myself, and because I'm a little squishy, but I got a stick that hits pretty hard. I think for now I'm going to just move to here, and then I'm going to cast Blur on myself.
Okay.
Which will allow me next turn to be a little harder to hit, so I decide to go in and start whacking things. Hi, done.
There we go. I had to cut the sound for a second, sorry. I missed what you said last bit there. You cast Blur on yourself, is that it?
Yeah, I'm basically moving so I can get within range of coming in for combat, but then next round, but then I'm going to cast Blur on myself because I don't want to run in there and get mucked right away if I cannot help it.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Astash, it's all up to
Alright.
you.
That's about as far as I can get those, but I want to cast Thicker Flame. Needs to make a dexterity check at 14 DC.
He passes.
Damn it.
Favorite Flame is hit or miss, so...
Darn it. Alright, that was my go.
Baron, everyone else is just kind of standing down there at the bottom, and you're standing there at the top. Looks like they've stopped
Yeah.
him from coming into the room.
I figured that was going to happen.
Sorry, Baron.
A guy can dream.
If I go here, can I see it? Or is it too much of an angle?
You can see him, but I'm going to give him like half cover. Because like you can only see like the bottom half of him through the angle of that door.
So that's what, +2 to his AC?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. I will shoot him with my heavy crossbow then.
There you go.
26.
Definitely hit him. And your crossbow goes, hey, there you go.
7 piercing for the first shot. And then for my second attack, I'll shoot him again. So I would have to use a bonus action to load, right? With the loading property.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
at this level, you need a bonus action to load. Yes.
Yeah, right. So I'll use my bonus action to load it, and then I'll shoot him with my second attack.
Sorry, no repeating crossbows.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
19 to hit.
That hits.
6 piercing.
Looking pretty beaten up, but he's not down yet. All right, Velkin.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I'm gonna try to get right here. I'm gonna throw some more Eldritch blasts at him. Oops. Oh. There we go. 19 on the first blast.
That hits.
And a 15 on the second.
And that hits.
Very good. Ah, damn. All right. 5 damage and 6 damage.
You got
I'm
him
rolling bad on these day 10s.
He's in critical condition, but he's not quite down yet. The good news is it's Naruk, so unless Naruk whiffs this completely, he's probably going to go down right now.
Zormus went. Okay. There we go.
Oh, Zaruk then Zorma, sorry, yes.
Okay.
Unless everybody whiffs it completely, he's probably going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
That's 23.
Did not whiff. He's going to be
Did not.
guaranteed he is dead.
22. 22 points
22
of
damage.
Nice.
Nuger
Nice.
Falls into a pile
killed
of
the dead.
flaming bones. But you do notice the attendant that was there when you came in dead on the ground.
Oh,
You're
boy.
rude anyway.
She should have run.
Well, not everybody is fast enough.
Yeah. Imagine if there'd been Baron trying to run away from these guys.
Yeah, but
Couldn't resist.
I don't see Baron running away from anything, really. So,
That's true. He just stand far away and shoot it.
yep.
All
I guess
right.
now that we're out of combat, we've got a couple of
Resheathe
doors.
my mace.
Sorry. Now we're
I guess
at.
Resheathe my mace.
Now that we're out of combat, we have a couple of doors to check back up in that
You do.
back in that area.
Yep. You want to move back up to the top there?
Yeah.
There we go.
I kind of want to check out that now that the Minotaur and the
There you go. That'll make that easier.
now that the Minotaur and these dudes are dead, I kind of want to check out this statue and see if in the other room. But that's okay.
We'll start up here and then we can go and explore whatever. Like the place is empty now. Everybody else is either dead or run away. So you're free to do whatever you like.
All right.
Yeah, I'd like to.
What's behind this door?
This one. So yeah, this is the Shrine to Eternal Light.
Yeah, I'd like to activate my detect magic again.
Okay.
Where is it? Yeah. Oop, yeah.
And of course, got to
Got
ruin
my detect.
all my fun by using your detect magic now. Because
got my detect magic up.
when you detect your magic, you detect the glyph of warding sitting right in front of that shrine.
Ooh,
Oh.
exciting.
Well, there's a glyph of warding right in front of the shrine, so be careful.
Probably no step there. Got it.
Go on, what's the worst that could
And
happen?
I'll
You should totally step on it.
step on the big red button.
And you would know that it is evocation magic. So, big bada boom. Gonna happen if they stand on that one. They still have the bedroom, another room. There was a door in the bedroom that you noticed, and then the rest of the place to ransack.
Yeah, I'm interested in this story here.
That door. Well, that's just outside as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Okay. Curious.
So I guess the last bedroom is the one door in the bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bedroom has its own. Sorry, I just need to move you for a second. You're standing on the treasure. Character searching the room. Can give me a perception check, please.
I would.
Doesn't rely on sight.
Investigation's much better for Zormos.
Well, it does rely on sight. So Vulcan, you passed.
Cool.
And Vulcan, you passed. And that's it. So, searching the room, Vulcan lifts up the mattress for some reason, because just decide to.
Being very thorough.
And
Checking for bed bugs.
you find a compartment cleverly concealed in the bed's base, which holds Shudos's valuables and his secret documents. A list of location names: Ember Fall, Silver Mist, Carolas, Vernwood, Pine Hall, and Thornwick. And an unsent letter addressed to Haven of the Methodic Grace in Ismaries that reads, "My agents will come for more orphans and will deliver your payment." Sure, there's a handout. And then another one that's from the Night Seekers. It says, "To the respected servants of the light, we are ready to fulfill our part in the plans and confirm that our full commitment to the raid on Vernwood and the continued patrolling of the Windscar Plains. Our selected operatives will rendezvous with your acolytes at Wormwood on the agreed day. All preparations have been made to ensure the operation goes smoothly and without inside interference. May our combined efforts bring the desired outcomes in shared purpose, the WASP." There is also a
So
letter
this was.
that there's also a letter that
Wasp.
says this: 5th of Flowerfall, 3 artisans laboured for many more wearisome days, crafting magnificent weapons in the utmost secret from their magically enchanted forges. The most spectacular and potent eldritch signs formed at the edge of the eternal darkness. Have you ever travelled and been there and at last collected them all? And that one seems a bit weird, because it doesn't appear to really say much of anything. So if anybody reading that wants to maybe give me an intelligence... sorry,
It's
a history... investigation. Sorry, investigation.
I can, if you'd like. I'm sure that it's a. I'm sure that it's a cipher.
I got an 18, but Gil Krana got a 22.
Well, you don't know what it is, and Gilkrana does. She figures out the cipher, as you were very, very cleverly guessed. 3 more weapons from the Eldritch Edge have been collected, which won't mean much, but it means something in the campaign.
Gotcha.
But what you do know is that the Eldritch Edge is a weaponsmithy in Brine Coast.
Obviously, I will pass that information along once I've deciphered this thing to them.
Yep.
Worse.
So there is
Well, it's not.
also some niceties in the treasure there. So in the shared treasure, you will now find what you find in there as well. 893 gold, 275 platinum, a potion of fire resistance, a potion of greater healing, a potion of invincibility, and you've got the ring of the reanimator as well. I'm
Nice.
assuming we're splitting the gold and platinum.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So distributed all that out and do what you like with the potions. Alright, so that's that area done, and you wanted to go and check in this room, which, as before
Yes, I'd
mentioned,
like.
this is the Elder Brain awesomeness. It's the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
Oh, of course.
Awesome.
And the description for this says the white tile bathroom features a large clawed-footed bathtub and a porcelain toilet. A wooden bench holds a stack of neatly folded towels and a basket of scented oils and bath salts. A narrow window facing north allows a sliver of light to illuminate the otherwise dim and secluded area. And that's it.
So no children.
There's nothing. Sorry?
So no children.
No children in the bath? No.
No.
No, he
Imagine
doesn't
that.
keep the children. He sends the children on.
Yes.
Not that
He
sort of...
clicks them and sends them off.
Yeah, not that sort of campaign. That might be a bit much. I will say that definitely the tone of the Elder Brain campaigns, they're definitely for mature audiences. There's some dark stuff which you
Mhm.
guys running Crown of the Oathbreaker already would have seen.
I have indeed, and you're not wrong.
All fun stuff.
I would still like to go while we're wandering about. I really want to find out. I want to play in this room.
Alright, well, I'm going to just move you all just to make this easier.
Boom.
I can move you all. Huddle characters is the best feature. I love it.
It's very handy.
Alright, so you will investigate this and will find absolutely nothing. This is literally just, it's a non-functional thing. It has no bearing.
Oh well.
It was a red herring. Welcome to red herrings.
Yep.
In fact, a lot of the stuff in here was. That was all about getting to that back end there. Finding those notes and finding out that information. So now you know the cult is, yes, the servants of light, the not good people who everyone thought was good, and that they are working with the Night Seekers and somebody called the Wasp and abducting children into those locations. Now, if we were doing the campaign in full, we would carry on from there and do all sorts of fun stuff with that. But as for now, that is just a taste of the new Scepter of the Lightbringer that will
That's
be coming
great.
out slightly after mid-year, hopefully.
That's
That's
great.
Awesome.
Daryl,
Thank
have
you,
you been?
Eric.
You're the one who's been doing all the conversions for Shard here too, right?
Yes.
I really appreciate it. I know I've asked you a
Yeah,
couple of
yeah.
times about some stuff, and it's my group loves using Shard, and I really appreciate you doing the work to put it in for us.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
it's
is my first time really using Shard. I've used Roll20 a lot, and I like Shard
yeah,
a lot.
it's amazing.
I really like this. I like this as well. It's my first experience with Shard. I've used several other BTTs, and this is it's very, for a guy that's just starting, it's extremely intuitive and not hard at all to use.
Well, I like it as well. Enough of it still allows you to play almost like regular tabletop without it. Like it doesn't do everything for you, which I kind of like. Whereas something like
Foundry?
some of the others are just too much of that.
Yeah, I play my other game on
Yeah.
Foundry, and
Yeah, kind of.
I convert on Foundry as well. So it's fine. But I find it a little bit sometimes with some of the stuff people want to use, it's a little bit too close to almost being an MMO rather than D&D.
Fantasy Grounds is like that too.
Right.
Yeah.
If you get all of the extra stuff, I tend to not bother with adding all the mods in. I know that was it Rob Toohey when he was still around with us, and Grim Press had all of the um, automatic stuff made for them, and I think Fantasy Grounds has put some of that in there as well now. But
Yeah.
before that, it was a bit better. I'll tell you what, though, there is a lot of background stuff in Shard. As you say, it's really easy to get in and used straight away, but there is so much I can do with it in terms of making stuff work.
Hmm.
Some of the
Yeah.
items and stuff, there's some real deep kind of stuff I can do in the background, especially things like subclasses, building these subclasses for some of this stuff,
Mhm.
and I have to figure out how to make some of it work. And there's some stuff that's just odd. I've done one conversion where they have a special function on the subclass that uses a resource that is literally half their int plus half their proficiency bonus plus something else times a day, and to figure out how to make that actually calculate so that that's a use took a bit of effort.
I bet.
I really like Shard. I don't mind any of them, but I really like Shard.
Yeah.
I've
Well, thank you.
definitely gravitated towards Shard for the ability to use it on mobile devices, because for a long time I didn't have a working computer, but I could access it on my iPad just fine, unlike other services like Roll20. So,
Yep.
yeah.
I mean, you can load those on your iPad, but you can't do much with them.
Yeah, and it's really slow and clunky.
I've been using Shard now for my in-person games as my GM tool, and it's pretty handy.
My only wish for the whole thing would be that they allowed targeting from the players to be able to select a critter that you want to hit and have that kind of targeting. Unfortunately, the DM has to do all that, but
Yeah,
that's about the only negative I find.
and that's a minor. It is like I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It is annoying, but it is a minor thing. And a lot of people come out with the whole, oh, can we have line of sight and can we have lighting? And it's like, yeah, and then we can't use it on mobile devices because as soon as you add
Mhm.
lighting and line of sight, you melt every mobile device on the planet.
Yeah.
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 They don't realize how resource intensive those things are. Like on Fantasy Grounds, especially if you've ever used that, if you've got a problem with a map, disable the line of sight. You watch that map work 100 times better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Foundry's the same.
Uh,
And
yeah, for sure.
I know a lot of people still just disable them. And there is a map in Crown of the Oathbreaker, and I was just having fun with it, where you're in a cistern and it's got pipes flowing into it with water flowing out of them. And I sat there for probably 2 hours just using the effects in Fantasy Grounds to create the actual effect of the pipe flowing water into the main
Mm-hmm.
area, and it looks really good. There's no way you could use it. It is just
No.
completely. It's like 20 layers of visual effects that I've put on there to create it, and there's like, yeah, you just have to turn that
Oh,
off.
God. Yeah, just I'm trying to imagine you try to use that on like any sort of tablet or your phone.
It wouldn't load. It just wouldn't do anything.
No, it wouldn't. It would crash.
And it's Fantasy Grounds. Fantasy Grounds has no. They're probably their biggest downside is they've got no web client. You have to load into the program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I hope
We've
everyone.
been using.
Sorry, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say we've been using above VTT because it's connected directly out of D&D Beyond, and it's kind of nice because you can go right to your character and you know. But I do really like Shard. So thank you for the introduction.
That's all right. And you decide,
Yeah.
none of us are going to be using Sigil.
No.
No,
No.
not to be laid off
No.
90% of the
Nope.
force.
God, what
Uh,
The adventure is very good tonight as well, by the way, Daryl. It's good.
Sorry, I missed the start of that.
I really enjoyed the adventure tonight too. Thanks very much for that. It was I find that
Yes,
Olive
thank
Range
you.
done such a good job in the adventures. I wish they could combine
Yeah.
with GUI Cube and do some of what they do with GUI Cube as well with some of the adventures. But yeah, it's good stuff.
I think they do a real good job, and I think the maps are a big part of it. These are all hand drawn.
Mhm.
There's no
Yeah, those are-
digitizing of this at all. Like this is all hand
Yeah.
drawn.
that's an expensive map.
Yeah,
That's beautiful.
the graphics that came with the Crown of the Oathbreaker were really surprising. So they're quite good.
So I'm just gonna clear all fog. There we go. So that's your entire map there. If you can
Nice.
see that now.
Mhm.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's very
Some of their artists,
Well, map.
I don't know who, but I know that a couple of their artists have drawn cards for Magic. So
Hmm.
these are
Mhm.
pretty top tier guys that they've got doing the art. And if you've seen any of the character art in these, they're just so good. Especially the
They are.
NPC stuff where they get people to get themselves in the game. I mean, I'm in Crown of the Oathbreaker.
Yeah.
I'm actually
Nice.
I'm a hag.
Mhm.
I, I had a choice. I just met Gabor in that when I did it, and I had this choice, and it was like, oh, you could be like this knight, or you could be this. You could be this hag. Yeah, I'll get the hag. What? Like, yeah, just the hag. That'll do. That sounds cool.
Love it.
And in Torrance the Spell Hoarder, my cat that I'd had for 13 years had just died, and I was like, hey guys, I'd really like to immortalize her. Like, is there any thing you can do? And they were like, oh yeah, we can do that. Like, and just send us a picture, and they've turned her into this androsphinxy thing now. So you can
Love that.
find her in the book there. It's actually she's on the DM screen as well for that on the inside.
Cool.
So, and there is a
Also good.
picture where it's all of us because not for Crown of the Oathbreaker, but for the next two books, I'm actually listed in the book as well. And there's a picture of all of us, Gabor, Tommy, the rest of their team, myself,
Mhm.
in a combined picture as a group of people in this adventure, that like group of NPCs that you can talk to.
I've been really enjoying the NPC portraits in there because you can tell looking at them that they're clearly someone's actual portrait that they have manipulated to make look like an orc or whatever. But they're just great. They're really well done.
There's a couple that aren't.
Yeah.
Like I guarantee Athena is not from anybody that exists.
Oh, okay.
She looks like that. That's just how she looks. But there's a couple where they never got backed or they just didn't add them. But like 90% of the NPCs are real people who backed it and got their pictures in.
Yep,
So
get their portrait again. I backed it, but I didn't back it at the level that a portrait was a part of the deal.
yeah, it's
I'm glad you say that there is no real Athena because that'd be kind of scary.
yeah, somebody looks like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, just even the area maps just look so good.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. They do.
Really gorgeous work.
Well, I got to run, gentlemen. I've got to teach in the morning.
Yep, I
so
gotta get some
thank you very
sleep.
much.
Yeah, I gotta get to
Yeah.
bed.
And it's
Same here.
1:30 in the afternoon. I should probably get some stuff done here. But thank you very much, guys, for joining me today, and I hope you did have a lot of fun.
It's
We
We
did.
did. I
Thank you
did.
very
Uh,
much.
Very
Yeah,
much.
I sure did.
pretty awesome.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay.
cheers.
All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Cheers.
I